Hola, ladies. Good. Amanda, how do I make sure that's off? Does that mean it's on? Good morning, everyone. The time is 9:06, and we're going to commence with our invocation by Pastor Derek Mitchell from Thrive City Church. Pastor Mitchell, please, if you'll approach the podium. Thank you, sir.
If you would bow your heads and pray with me. Father, it says in the Bible that King Solomon was one of the wisest men that ever lived, and it was because he asked for wisdom. And then you also tell us to ask for wisdom, that you said that you would answer that prayer. In James 1:5, it says, if any of you lacks wisdom, you should ask for it, because God will give it to you generously. And so we ask for wisdom for this meeting right now, Father. We confess that we need it. And I can't imagine the things that pop up in these meetings, from managing millions of dollars in infrastructure needs and tackling issues, dealing with different cultures and faiths and all of those things as you govern a community. It is a difficult job. And so we pray for wisdom now. It says in Isaiah that your ways are higher than our ways, and your thoughts are higher than our thoughts. And we confess that we need that to govern in our everyday lives, but especially right here and right now, Father. We love you, and we thank you for Jesus and what he's done on the cross. And we pray these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Mitchell. We will now rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Commissioner Reynolds, would you lead us in that?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
Thank you. Amanda, may I please have a roll call of the commissioners present and determination of quorum?
Commissioner Murillo,
Present.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Here.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Present.
Vice Chair Chaljo Hernandez,
Present.
and Chair Chaparro.
Present, we do have a quorum this morning. The County Commission convenes as the Board of County Commissioners and the County Board of Finance in open session. Mr. Macias, do we have any changes to the agenda?
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman. There are no changes to the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. We'll move on to Pet Showcase, please.
Thank you. For those of you that are in the audience and maybe viewing remotely, the County Commission takes an opportunity at every one of its meetings to advocate for the adoption of animals from the Animal Services Center. So our dog of the week is familiar to us because he's been the dog of the week before, and this is Diesel. He's 4 years old. I'm a friendly, outgoing guy who ended up at the Animal Services Center of the Mesilla Valley as a stray a couple of times now. So here's hoping that the third time is the charm. I'm naturally curious and love exploring, so I might get a little too excited when my leashed walks first start. But I'm a great boy who listens to my handlers when needed. I might not be the biggest fan of cats, but I like meeting new dog friends. And this is Diesel. And he has appeared in front of us before, but unfortunately he has not been adopted. But how can one resist a face like that? So our cat of the week is named Chris Redfield. I forgot to ask if that's someone of, I don't recognize the name, but anyway, Chris Redfield is this cat. He's 2 years old. He's a male. If you're looking for tall, dark, and handsome, look no further. I'm a sweet boy with a luxurious coat and calm demeanor. A nice lady found me at her apartment complex when I was injured, and thankfully the Animal Services Center of the Mesilla Valley has helped me heal back up, so now I'm ready to go to my forever home and live like a king for the rest of my life. So again, on behalf of the County Commission, we're encouraging individuals to either consider adopting either Diesel or Chris Redfield or another animal that might capture your heart that's currently located at the Animal Services Center. There are some adoption events that are going to occur at the Petco this coming weekend from 10 to 1, and that's on the one on 3050 East Loman Avenue. So again, we encourage everyone to consider adding a loving companion to your current family.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. I understand Commissioner Reynolds is needing a dog in his house. So this might be a wonderful opportunity, Commissioner Reynolds.
You have obviously been misinformed.
How about a cat?
No. Actually, I will tell you, just for a second to clarify this. When I was a child, we had 5 beagles, and we used them for hunting. And I was the one that took care of them, okay, including feeding them, caring for the pens, taking them for walks, all those kind of things. I got my full of animals at that time. And now that my children left home 20 years ago, I don't really need any more children to take care of, and that's kind of what an animal requires.
Well, I was going to try.
Thank you. I appreciate your concern.
Ladies and gentlemen, right now is the time for public input. Is there any member of the public that would like to step forward to the podium, please, and chat with the commission? And please don't forget to sign the book to your left, to our right. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Milton Duran. I'm a retired CPA and a retired certified internal auditor. I served as the auditor for the county several years past. In the last 4 years, I've been contracted by the Sheriff's Department to serve as a budget analyst. So I come to you somewhat prepared to address some of the comments that were made in a meeting about a month ago when the sheriff gave her report. Some of those statements were misleading, and I'm here to give you a little more clarity, a little more vision as to some of those issues. First of all, let me explain what the real process for budgeting is. We're asked to prepare a budget of expenses, and we're asked not to address personnel or benefits. We submit those are come back with some commentary, and then there's no further communication until the day that you get the proposed copy. That's when we first realize what our budget or recommended budget was. And it is the first time that we get to see what items were approved and what items were deleted. But let me speak to you about some other things that we have. We have a national law enforcement shortage in the United States. It's difficult to hire. It's true in the United States, it's true in New Mexico, and it's true in Doña Ana County. What makes that issue worse is that our human resource department here takes as much as 3 months to issue a letter of offer. And I can tell you that in industry, if you don't wait more than 2 weeks to get an offer out, those people go find another job. Fortunately, we're able to still maintain some interest in the positions, even though it's very late. As far as expenditures are concerned, I can tell you, we spent in labor, we spent 95% of our allotted amount. So we left about $600,000 on the table. In operating expenses, we spent about 89%. We spent about, or left about $400,000 on the table. That's a far cry from the allegation that we didn't spend 2.7 of our budget. But if you criticize the sheriffs for spending 89% of our total, let's look at some of the other departments. Public Works spend 89% of their budget. Community Services spend 71% of their budget. Administration only spend 80% of their budget. And you criticize the sheriff for not spending all of the monies? Now, we're trying to be frugal, and we have been. We sought out grants that we received and used to defray expenses that would otherwise come from our budget. We have some issues with supply chain. I can tell you, for example, ammunition, it took 4 to 6 months to fill our orders. In the case of even uniforms, we were backlogged. In the case of auto parts, if the fleet department can't get the parts, they can't repair the cars, we don't get the cars, we can't use the monies that we have allocated for repairs. So there's unused funds there. Those are the kind of issues that you need to understand that we would like to explain to you. We've offered sessions with all of you to have a dialogue for us to explain our needs, our issues, our actions, and our rationale. And not one has responded to have a joint meeting. In terms of what I saw at the end of the meeting was this. I was very disappointed that not one comment of appreciation.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Sanchez?
I know we were late in starting the meeting, or the timer, but I believe this gentleman has expended his 3 minutes of.
I agreed. I know the timer started late. I will give you 5 more seconds, sir.
Very well. I was disappointed there wasn't any appreciation, thanks, or even gratitude expressed for the fine service that your men and women of the Sheriff's Department are doing. They've answered 80,000 of your calls, your constituents' calls, and
Thank you,
not
Mr.
one
Duran.
expression of thanks. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to approach the podium and chat with the commission? No other member of the public? Good morning.
Mark Veith. I'm a member of County Commission Number 1. Bible, basic instructions before leaving Earth. It's free if you download it on your tablet. You can see that mine's highlighted because I've read it from cover to cover. The first time that I read it cover to cover, I read it just out of curiosity to see what it truly said. And I found that probably 90% of what I was told was incorrect. For example, it doesn't say anywhere that God helps those that help themselves. It doesn't say that in the Bible. So, like this document or not, it sets a standard that everybody can focus on. Everybody can focus on. Because everybody in here, to include me, has a different opinion, different values. And that's where we are going right now. It's like, this group's got this group's got that, this group's got this. There's no focus. So what we've done is we've lost this standard to diversity, to political correctness, to tolerance. So tolerance is a word that should be used for children and animals. But we're told we're supposed to be using that to accept lawlessness. The word political correctness. Political correctness is me not wanting to hurt somebody else or you not wanting to hurt somebody else by telling them something that might hurt them. But when you do that, you hold back the truth from them in many cases, because sometimes the truth does sting. In diversity, the root word of diversity is divide. We are a diverse nation. It's on our money, e pluribus unum, from the many, one. So, with political correctness, nobody's willing to tell the truth, so we've got a problem there. The problem is you want us to be truthful, and we want you to be truthful. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to approach the podium during public comment? Public input? No one? Thank you. We'll move on to staff input. Please, Mr. Macias.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to take the opportunity to make a few introductions, if I may, please. Again, I'm not introducing you to someone that you don't already know very well, but I do want to, again, let everyone know that Ms. Deborah Ware has now assumed the position of Assistant County Manager for Administration. Ms. Ware has been our HR Director since January of 2010. Ms. Ware holds a master's degree in public administration from Kent State University, a bachelor's degree in psychology from Michigan State University. She also holds certifications through the Society of Human Resource Management and is certified as a senior professional. Ms. Ware has over 25 years of generalist human resource experience, 18 of which are in the public sector. Her public sector experience was received in both government and educational institutions. So again, members of the Board of County Commissioners, Ms. Deborah Ware, who has now assumed the position of Assistant County Manager for Administration. And she was able to assume the position because we now have gone through the selection process, and Ms. Meg Haynes has now been appointed as the Director of Human Services, of Human Resources. Ms. Haynes has over 30 years of experience as a human resources professional. Ms. Haynes is a certified professional in human resources since 1996. Her education was obtained here at NMSU with a bachelor's degree in business administration with an emphasis in human resources and a master's in educational administration. Ms. Haynes' professional experience includes working in local government, higher education, private industry, and government contracting. Ms. Haynes serves on the board of directors of the local and state chapter Society for Human Resources Management and has participated in various projects related to the growth of students and professionals in the HR field. I was given a little bit of information about how she has this extensive scuba diving experience, but I think I'll pass that one over. I think they misunderstood what we were doing here. So again, if members of the Board of County Commissioners, if you will please welcome Ms. Meg Haynes as our new Director of Human Resources. And just one more announcement. We have filled a position at the Jetport. I'm sure that all of the members of the commission are well aware of the enormity of the projects and movements that are occurring at the Doña Ana County Jetport in Santa Teresa. We certainly haven't replaced our able Jetport manager, Mr. Province, but we have given him some absolutely needed assistance in that we filled a Jetport administrator position, and that is Mr. Jody Young. Mr. Young is here with us. He's going to be handling the kind of the day-to-day Jetport operations. He has an extensive experience in Jetport management, including managing a airport in San Diego. He has extensive service in the U.S. Navy, where he retired as a lieutenant commander, and of course he's also a helicopter pilot. So we have the opportunity for an enormous infusion of experience at the Jetport to basically help and assist with its growth, the anticipated expansion. So if the Board of County Commissioners could please help me recognize and welcome Mr. Jody Young. Thank you. I believe that that completes staff input.
Thank you, Mr. Macias, and congratulations to Ms. Ware, Ms. Hayes, and welcome, Mr. Young. We look forward to working with you, all of you. So having no other staff input, we move on to county elected officials' input. Are there any elected officials that would like to step up to the podium? No one? Thank you. Then we will move on to commission input. Commissioners?
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Sanchez.
I have a few things. One, last week, there were two public input sessions by the NMDOT that was targeting or looking at the A to B study that was performed on I-25 from the Loman exit to the Doña Ana exit, as well down into the village on Thorpe from the off-ramp into down west to Barela. And so I think they both went well. I really appreciated the NMDOT's willingness to have a hybrid session. Both one night was all online. The second one was online and in person at Doña Ana Elementary. And for all those that were able to participate, I appreciate your input. I think one of the biggest pieces of it, particularly when it focused on the village of Doña Ana, was the pedestrian safety and walkability of the village. And if you've ever walked down, once you get past some of the sidewalks that were put in by NMDOT close to the gas stations, I think many can attest, Thorpe Road is not a pedestrian-friendly road. And so we're really looking forward to some of the recommendations that NMDOT presented, which included sidewalks and additional flood or water diversions. And also, we hope that as they move forward, they will take the input to add crosswalks across Thorpe. But just want to say thank you to those that participated. The second item, Mr. Macias, I believe that the community development is working on updates to our cannabis ordinance.
That's correct.
I would very much love if they might be able to, before presenting to P&Z, perhaps come and either give a presentation or discussion with the BOCC or in a separate work session, something of that nature, so that we might have some input, understand what the changes are, have some input on it before it's presented to the P&Z. I very much would like to hopefully have, I guess, our suggestions brought into consideration for that, so that way P&Z can have a full review of even items that the BOCC would like to review.
And Madam Chairwoman, thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. And just to inform you, we had that exact discussion yesterday, and that is the approach that will be used.
Okay, very good. And I think that's what, I think, as we've learned a lot over the last year, so I definitely would like to have some input before we move on in the process if possible.
Thank you.
The third item, and I know this is something we can, I just wanted to at least bring up, was really appreciate Miss Jamie Michael and the work that she's done working with the legislators in Santa Fe. I saw that SB 310 now made it out of the Senate Judiciary Committee as well, so that with a due pass, so that's the second committee it's gone through, so it's moving through the system and through the process very well. So I appreciate all the efforts that of Mr. Macias, you, the staff, and Ms. Michael have done so far of really getting SB 310, which is focused on our crisis triage centers, moved on. So appreciate that.
And Madam Chairwoman, if I just might also inform Commissioner Sanchez and the commission that the anticipation is that it'll be on the Senate floor tomorrow. Normally, that's the process, and we're trying to, again, encourage fast movement on that particular matter in order to avoid any log jam that normally occurs towards the end of the legislative session, to make sure that it gets over to the House as quickly as possible and fast track through that process as well. So there's reason to be cautiously optimistic in terms of that change. But I do want to inform the commission that recently we did have an opportunity to meet with local law enforcement representatives. I think that some of the, especially on the part of the city of Las Cruces, their understanding of how to better utilize the Crisis Triage Center in a method that is being done in Bernalillo County and Santa Fe County was also very productive, and we're anticipating that it will, in and of itself, it will lead to greater utilization or greater numbers at the Crisis Triage Center. So certainly the legislation will eliminate anyone's concerns that have been expressed in the past, and we're again cautiously optimistic in terms of the progress that the legislation has made.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. And one of the things that I would love to be a part of, or at least I think probably all the BOCC, if we continue to have those discussions with law enforcement or even our partners in the other municipalities, Las Cruces, Sunland Park, Catch, or Anthony Mesilla, if there's some other discussions, I'd like to be updated about that as well. So,
Certainly.
thank you, sir. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Commissioner Reynolds, you're looking at me. Did you wish to say something?
Does it look like, yes, I am looking at you, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I'd like to ask Mr. Gooden, who just stepped out. Mr. Gooden. Nelson? Did we receive any public input on the email site? On the email? Because I had a call from someone last night, and they said they wanted to do public input, and they probably couldn't make it to the meeting. They were going to send something.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, we have not. No, the last email I've got on the there's two public inputs. There's the one that we were using when we were doing virtual meetings that I have access to. I think there's a general one that goes to the PIO's office, which I don't have access to, so I don't know if there was anything there. But the email address that I have access to, the last email was June of last year.
Thank you, Mr. Gooden, I appreciate it. Then I'll just briefly say that I received a call from someone who said that they thought there was a park being considered in Salem, and they were opposed to it. That's all they said. And we can talk about it later.
Yeah, I mean, Madam Chair and Commissioner Reynolds, I'm open. We can have, I know this is,
I don't know anything about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have
Okay.
no clue.
yeah, and we can have a discussion, or if you want to take a couple of minutes, I mean, it's up
Sure.
to you. We can, or do you prefer that we take it offline? Madam Chair?
Well, if we can talk about it later, and that way we can push forward with the meeting, since
That's fine.
you probably need more information for both of you.
I think I'm up to date on the latest information.
Oh, okay, then jump in.
Since that was brought up, yeah, please, go ahead.
So I'll keep it short if I can. So the county's been working on, or we've been working through a possible proposed park at the Blacks Bridge along Salem Colony Trail. One of the things that we've had recently was a public input session that was held at the Grapevine Plaza on January 31st. And from what I've also been getting from input was many of the residents that live on Paradise Lane, which is along the west side of the Rio Grande, they are opposed to this. And they are opposed for several reasons. I believe they've indicated crimes that they've reported, gunshots, loud music, litter, and so on. And so understanding what their concerns are, and I think that's one of the things we're trying to also get their input to be able to hopefully address in the design. But one of the things that we've been looking at this park is very similar to what you see at La Llorona along Picacho, where there would be a parking area, there'll be areas for recreation. Right now, currently, there are no motorized vehicles that are allowed on that riverbank because of enforcement by the IBWC through an agreement with the sheriff's office. And so that's one of the things, input I've received from constituents is that they would like to be able to, again, recreate along the river, especially during the summers when it's flowing, but they can't do that at the moment. And again, I think there's a lot of concerns, and understandably, some of them from the residents, and so we're going to try to take that input and work with it as we go along. But like I said, it'll be that. The other piece of it is it's part of the Rio Grande Trail, so the intent is to extend the trail from, there was a second piece, a second project along with it, to expand the trail from La Llorona Park all the way to this park. And it'll be the next section of the Rio Grande Trail. We got funding through the outdoor recreation for the design of the trail. So it's kind of all in tandem.
I think you covered it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't know what to say when I got the call, so I figured I'd give it a shot. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Anything else?
Yes, I have more. Thank you, Madam Chair. Hold on a second. I need my glasses. See what I wrote. Oh, I had Mr. Milton. Was your name Milton? Duran, Mr. Duran. He brought up a couple of things that were kind of interesting because I have also heard from other departments that there's a challenge when trying to hire people, especially in the tight market we have. We had the same problem in Mervdale when I took over, and we earlier last year as the chair there. And what they were doing is they were posting a job like in June, and they would not close the position until November or December. So they had 200 applicants, and when the applicants put their names in, of course, at the time they were looking for a job. By the time they closed the position, the 200 applicants for the positions was only down to 3, and they were trying to hire like 6 people. So obviously, if we drag out the time of hiring people, I see that happening in a lot of places, both here in the county, and I've heard from other departments, and also from other organizations, including the city. So if there's any way that the Human Resources Department can try to figure out a way to help expedite that so we can, when people are interested and available, that we can try to get them in a little better, it would be really great. Anyway, that's an opinion. The other thing I would like to say is Blake Davenport and Stephen Meyer have both asked me if there's some way I can pay them for the money they save. There are risk managers. That's why I said that. Blake left already. Now it's Stephen Meyer. And the reason that's important is because over a 10-year period of time, we have actually been spending, let's say, 100% of our money in order to provide insurance, to get insurance from New Mexico Association of Counties. We've used less than 40% of that. That takes a dedicated effort from everybody at the county to accomplish that, number one. So I give everyone kudos for doing that. Number two, it takes an identification of what the risks are. And Ron Burke is really good at that, and so is Stephen, and so is Blake. In providing and having us pass policy that actually helps to address those situations so it gets recognized. Now, that's mostly for everyone who works here, but for the elected officials, it's a little bit different. You know, they kind of run their own program generally, and they kind of create their own risk, and sometimes we can provide policy that helps, and sometimes we can't. I'll give you an example. The last sheriff that we had, Kiki Vigil, actually cost us over $5 million in lawsuits. That settled lawsuits, and we settled the last one just like last year. And that's just public. You can input it if you want to. And in the last 4 years, and that was over a 4-year period of time. And I have to give kudos to the sheriff because her liability has actually only cost us $1 million. And that $1 million was only one incident of that was $700,000. So that means that on average, her losses for the county are almost nothing compared to other sheriffs that we've had. So as Mr. Duran asked, I mean, I give her kudos because she's doing something right. You can go in the community now and you can see the respect of what we're doing. The officers are trusted. We can get a witness to come to the stand and actually testify against someone without feeling the fear that they're going to be hassled by the sheriff's department. The crime rate's down. I mean, there's a lot of good things happening. Now, is there a problem hiring? Yes. Is it her problem? Yes. Is it HR's problem? Is it the county problem? Everybody's problem. Okay, we as a county need to fix that if we want to actually hire qualified individuals and get interested people in here to try to succeed in a culture that's kind of restrictive sometimes. That's my opinion. It's not shared by the rest of the board. So I say let's focus on the things that are important. If I could pay Stephen and Blakely what they saved the county in the job that they do as risk managers, and also Ron Burke and the way they administer that, I'd have to pay them probably $10 million a year, because that's what kind of job they do. And if I paid the sheriff the money she saved over the previous sheriff, I'd pay her $1 million a year. I think we have to get our focus correct as county commissioners and as elected officials and as people at the county to start thinking about where we focus our priority and how we focus our priority in order to accomplish the goals of the county, and try to do it in a partnership where everybody wins. At least that's my goal. And Madam Chair, thank you for the time. I appreciate it. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from any other
Madam Chair,
commissioner?
just as a follow-up to Commissioner Reynolds' first question about the public input, I did receive an email from the constituent services that monitors the other email address, and they indicated there was nothing.
Thank you, Mr. Gooden. Any other comments from any other commissioner?
Madam Chair, I just wanted to say thank you. Congratulations to Deb and Meg for the new positions, and welcome to the county. I really do appreciate it, and I'm looking forward to working with all of you. That'll be all.
And just very briefly, I'd like to thank Commissioner Murillo for this weekend. The power was down in Sunland Park, and we were having problems with our lift station. And she and I and Mr. Macias, along with the crew of staff, were able to at least communicate with each other and try to respond to the questions and the calls that we were getting. So Commissioner Murillo, thank you very much for spearheading that. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
All right, having no more commission input, we're going to move to meetings. May I have a motion, please, to approve the meetings? The minutes?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Murillo.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez. There's a motion by Commissioner Murillo, a second by Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez to approve the minutes. Any discussion, any changes on the minutes? May I please have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Murillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez,
Yes.
and Chair Chaparro.
Yes, and the motion passes unanimously, 5-0. Thank you. We'll move on to presentations and proclamations. Number 2 on the agenda, there is a presentation by Mavida Year-to-Date Update. Welcome, Mr. Davin Lopez. Good morning. How are you?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you for having me here today. I'm doing well, thank you. I'd like to say this is an economic development update, but it's also a reintroduction of Mavida to many of you. And so there's a lot of comprehensive detail in this presentation today, but I'll try to go through as quickly as possible for the sake of time. But if there's any areas of our services that I'm talking about in this presentation that you want to hear more about, that we can't get to today. Just, anytime you want to meet one-on-one, I'm happy to do so. Also, if we want to open it up to a work session at a future time, would be happy to do that as well to just introduce more details on the effort we're trying to make, which I'm very proud of. But we represent you in Doña Ana County, and I wanted to just talk a little bit more about what we do. For the record, my name is Davin Lopez, President and CEO of Mesilla Valley Economic Development Alliance. MVEDA, as we are known as, we are a 501c3 economic development organization. We like to think of ourselves as full service with a very strong value proposition in terms of our partnership with the county. First of all, we have a very diverse board leadership of community leaders from across the region, representing nonprofits, private sector, the educational sector. For example, not only are you yourselves board members, but also the City of Las Cruces, the Hispanic Chamber, the Greater Chamber, the NMSU, Doña Ana Community College, the Las Cruces School System, and again, as I mentioned, a lot of private sector companies that invest in MVEDA in order to support the role of overall growth for the region. I have a few of my board members here. I'd like them to stand up and be recognized, if you don't mind. So thank you for being here today. I'd like to recognize our Vice Chair, Lorenzo Alba from Casa de Peregrinos. He will be our Vice Chair in the upcoming year, beginning July 1st. So if there's any questions you might have on governance of the organization, we might then defer to him to ask those questions. But staff itself, and I have some staff representation here. We have our, yes.
Sorry, Madam Chair. Would you like to introduce your board individually?
Yes, please stand up. And Lorenzo, I'll start with you.
I'm Lorenzo Alba, and I'll be the incoming chair in July.
Thank you. Eric?
Eric Montgomery, El Paso Electric.
Gilberto Moreno? Okay. And then we have Susan Tiegmeyer. Susan, I was just told that they can't hear everyone in the audience, so Susan is with Tiegmeyer Electric. And I'm sorry, we have our final chair member here. Travis. So we have a lot of representation throughout the private sector. Thank you again for being here today. And then we have staff here with us today. We have our VP of Business Development, Brian Garcia. Please stand up. Jessica Lynn Robles is our Business Development Director. She handles most of our retention and expansion program that we roll out. And then our final member is Carlos Parra, who's our Marketing Director, who's here today, and he supports all of our business development program. So a little bit about staff who you just met. We have 50 years of combined economic development experience throughout the state of New Mexico. Myself, I'm pushing 20 years into that right now. We are accountability through metrics. So because of that board, we are given metrics that we have to follow as a staff. And, if we don't meet those metrics, then of course there's questions being asked either strategically, how do we change direction? But we are always on the line for what we do. And when we wake up every morning, we think about that. We do have an operating budget of $1.165 million. You, the county, are one of our largest partners. This past year, you invested $300,000 in us. But I'd like to state that $300,000, because we're able to leverage the funding with private sector investment, we are able to bring you a program with almost a $1.2 million budget. Our mission is to grow the wealth of Doña Ana County through the creation of economic-based job opportunities for our residents. Basically, what economic-based means is that it's an export function. We try to bring in companies, and we try to work with existing companies that have an export base that leaves New Mexico. The reason for that is because it brings new dollar flow into the state of New Mexico, into Doña Ana County specifically. And once new dollar flow comes into the region, that circulates over and over and over again on all the goods and services that we can provide locally, thereby helping the entire economy grow. And I'll get into a little bit more detail as to really the power of that. But really, what we're trying to do is diversify industry, number one. Diversify industry for Doña Ana County, and number two, really provide a variety of different opportunities for our kids once they graduate here to have opportunities to stay here and to grow and have careers here. I will talk a little bit about the different services we offer in terms of our business attraction program, as well as in terms of how we support positioning the region for growth. We have a very aggressive industry attraction program where we reach out to a variety of different industries really across the world to try to attract them to Doña Ana County to place their investment here and to create jobs. We also have a retention and expansion program. That's what Jessica Lynn Robles runs. That's where we work with existing economic-based employers, and we try to help them grow. Now, over the past 3 or 4 years, the challenge has not really even been helping them grow. It's been helping them retain their business here, stay in business. That has been the challenge. And we found a lot of success, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. Then we provide what I call economic development advisory services. We are scouring the country, talking to industry, we're talking to site selection consultants, and we hear the good, bad, and the ugly of our competition. So we need to bring that information back to discuss with our partners, the educational system, the city, the county, how do we create a better product that makes us more competitive to attract those industry investments? And then the last category is capacity building. And that's when, once we understand the competitive landscape, we get into discussions of what we need to do to fill the production gaps that are missing in the area. So I'll talk about each of these very quickly. First, starting with our marketing and attraction program. To let you know a little bit about what we do and how we position ourselves. We position ourselves as a regional approach for industry attraction. That means we market ourselves as the New Mexico Borderplex, and we market ourselves as part of a greater region called the Borderplex, which does include El Paso County and Ciudad Juarez, Mexico. The reason why we do this is because if we are just marketing a population of 223,000 population, which we roughly have here in Doña Ana County, we will not get on the radar of major site selection searches anywhere in the country. But when we can talk about the robust demographics we have as a region, which includes over 2 million population, which includes 7 regional universities, and in addition to NMSU, in addition to UTEP, there's 5 universities across the border there. And then we can start talking about a pipeline of 150,000 post-secondary college students, and combined, we become one of the top 25 MSAs in the country if we were considered one MSA. This regional approach has allowed us to get in front of a lot more companies to consider Doña Ana County for investment than we would have otherwise been able to get in front of. The next, what we do is by industry, we target specific industries based on the unique assets that we have to offer in the region. Within manufacturing as a region, again, the Borderplex region as a whole, we are considered one of the top 10 manufacturing regions in all of North America. In fact, latest stats it has us as top 5. What that allows us to do, for example, in manufacturing, is then talk about the robust pool of talent we have to supply the labor force within advanced manufacturing and within manufacturing overall. And we take this approach by industry, not only manufacturing, but for value-added ag, food processing, which we consider a target industry, as well as aerospace. Then we talk to companies and site selectors about why we are a unique positioning for them to reach their audience across the United States. This is more critical than ever with the supply chain challenges that we have been witnessing over the past 3 years. There's always been a movement to bring more production to the U.S. over the past 15 to 20 years coming back from Asia. But it has dramatically accelerated the last couple of years by positioning ourselves for strong manufacturing and robust manufacturing, as well as positioning ourselves to have access to their consumers they're trying to reach. It really becomes a location opportunity and discussion we have with companies. But then we talk about what's better about the New Mexico Borderplex, what's better about Doña Ana County. We compete with El Paso for every project we look at. But when you're talking about what makes us a better location, we then look at the logistics that we have in the area. Everything from 2 Class 1 rails, 2 major interstates coming together, a port of entry, 2 international airports, as well as the UP facility down in Santa Teresa. We really become a logistics hub for a Southwest destination and growing advanced logistics. So how do we get the word out? We have a pretty robust, with Carlos Pata, who I mentioned earlier, and he could have his own conversation for an hour on what we're trying to do with marketing. We do traditional marketing, but we've also been very aggressive on digital marketing as well as social media marketing outreach. Traditional marketing is really relationship building. We scour trade shows and industry conferences across the country. In fact, this year, when our fiscal year ends, we will have attended 24 different industry trade shows. That's 2 per month, a very aggressive schedule. We also will market ourselves within industry print magazines, as well as direct reach out with relationship buildings to site selectors across the country. And then within the digital marketing landscape, we've been very aggressive on social media, and especially LinkedIn, to reach out to C-Suite's executive telling the story of Doña Ana County. Within the folder I left for you, there's actually a marketing report for the current fiscal year, which you can take a look at, which gets into more of those details. Before I move on, I want to talk about, because I had mentioned we are a full-service organization, it's not just about marketing and saying, look at Doña Ana County. Once a company is actually interested in Doña Ana County, that's when the real work begins. We handhold that project. We walk them through all the different scenarios, whether they're concerned about labor force, overall demographics. We'll do incentive analysis so that they understand the robust incentives that New Mexico might have to offer, both on a state level as well as a regional level. We'll try to answer questions that they have, maybe towards tax policy or business friendliness. And we really try to get them on the ground to walk them and identify sites that they might be interested in exploring. And that's really where the real work begins. It's really creating a relationship with those companies for them to want to make that investment here in our region. So next I'll move into retention and expansion. Just a couple of slides here. Our retention and expansion program is direct outreach to existing companies and trying again to help them grow here and bring in the different services that we may have to offer. In the past year and a half, with Jessica Lynn's support, she's visited over 100 companies throughout Doña Ana County. The map on the right with the red dots indicates the different companies in the different areas where she has gotten to. She's worked with 12 different industries, and the black dots are areas where she has been canvassing to try to identify more economic-based companies in which to work with. The rural areas are very challenging, but we're trying to make our effort to get into them. I'm not sure if anyone's put more hours and time on her or mileage on her car in the past year and a half than Jessica Lynn. But once we meet with the companies, and there's a breakdown of the companies we meet by industry, as you can see, it's primarily in manufacturing and value-added agriculture. But what we also try to do when we try to understand their challenges is we do a survey, and we ask them the questions, what's hindering you from growing in Doña Ana County? And Jessica Lynn put together the cloud, I guess it's the word cloud on the right, to depict by answers which comes up the most. And as you can see, workforce becomes the #1 issue over and over again. In the past, maybe going back 5-6 years, that would have looked different. Sometimes it might be infrastructure, sometimes it might be business climate, but right now the game is workforce. And that's what we are challenged with when we're trying to express to a company and try and get their interest in growing here, that we actually have the talent set and the skill set and the workforce for those companies to join and come here.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Reynolds?
Yeah, Davin, looking at your word cloud here, it's actually interesting. It shows that, you can go back to that slide.
We're going to try.
Okay. I think most people here know how word cloud works, but actually the larger the text, the more times that this item is actually mentioned in the response from people you get to build this cloud. And I think it's interesting that workforce is there, but I also see that, broadband, funding, public transportation, government, trade skills, and community support. Have you done an analysis to see how we can help and things that we are not able to, or we haven't been doing, or we can do better in order to reduce the challenge from government and community support?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Reynolds, I'd probably like to ask Jessica Lynn to come up and answer that question if you don't mind.
Thank you.
Jessica Lynn?
Are you the one that put together the word cloud?
I am the one, yes.
Not a surprise.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, Madam Chair. So essentially the question posed are if there were an opportunity for us to better support you, or if there were an opportunity for us to improve, what would it be? The smallest sample size being the smallest lettering is at least 2 mentions of the area. What is done with that information that's provided, it's put the focus in where my efforts go. So out on workforce, I am now a board member of The Bridge, and I work with the Southwest Workforce Connections as a partner in helping identify what is being said by the community or what is being brought forward to our attention, in addition to finding what resources are available and using those as introductions or resources to provide the people mentioning the items.
From a perspective of government support, community support, is there anything this board can do other than fund you guys to actually be better partners in trying to recruit organizations and companies to the area? That's what I'm asking.
So, forgive me, you're asking what government support is needed in the recruitment?
Whatever you need in order to grow the business and build infrastructure. I mean, how can we play a bigger role in the success of economic development in the county? That's what I'm asking. And it looks like this word chart, this word cloud actually shows us some areas, and I'm wondering, since we're not the biggest, but we're also not the smallest, there's obviously areas where we can do better.
Madam Chair and Commissioner, yes, thank you for clarifying that question. So I will get to some of those answers later on in the presentation because that gets into our capacity building services that we offer. But keep in mind, when we have a reflection like this by local businesses, these are the things that on a national scale that are being looked at and addressed, and companies that are considering location into the area, they're looking at these same issues as well and asking these same questions. So when we look at capacity building, what we need to fill those areas of production gaps that we have, all of these come up in the discussion. And if you don't mind, I'll wait a few more minutes to get to that slide and we can talk a little bit more about what's happening. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I wanted to share a little bit about our actual results. There we go. So these are results for our fiscal year ending June 30th of 2022. These are metrics that are given to us by our board of directors. And as I mentioned, those board of directors does include Doña Ana County. You actually have 2 board seats. And the dashboard is what the staff looks like in terms of trying to meet those metrics throughout the given year. The green line represents our annual target as staff across a variety of different categories. The categories to the left, site visits, qualified prospects, are really more towards the marketing side. Are we doing enough to engage companies to want to at least put feet on the ground and look at potential opportunities? And then the quadrants to the right are really represent the results. So as you can see, for example, in jobs created, which everyone really is interested in, we had an annual target of 650 new jobs to be announced. And year-to-date, ending last year, was 777. So we did surpass that. And you can see in most categories of not only jobs created, payroll generated, as well as capital investment invested into the region, we really exceeded all of our expectations. If you look to the left at those 2 graphs on the side, that looks at a year-by-year comparison of jobs created and capital investment. Although last year wasn't the highest we've ever had in jobs creation, back in 2019, you can see 1,700 jobs were announced back then. But that had to do with one very large project at that time, Stampede Meat in Sunland Park, which announced 1,000 jobs, which at that time, and maybe still is, was the single largest job announcement in New Mexico since Intel. If you look at capital investment, though, however, you can see that capital investment has accelerated tremendously this past fiscal year. Now, what does this all mean when I talk about economic-based job creation, and why is it important to Doña Ana County? We run a lot of what we call impact analysis. We use software called Implan that's utilized by universities as well as economists throughout the country. And basically what it looks at, based on inputs of jobs created, payroll, and the industry it's in, it looks at the multiplier effect and how does that actually boost the economy overall from an induced type of directive. So if you look at the left, we look at household income that's being created because of those 777 jobs that were created. And if you look at over the next 5 years, our modeling illustrates that over $152 million in new household spending should come into Doña Ana County, and then it's utilized within all of these different services that you can see up there. Now, keep in mind, This uses a modeling that if Doña Ana County, based on census numbers, spends its money as it does historically going forward, this is where those shopping categories take place. But as you can see, what we do helps support all the other local services that take place in Doña Ana County. If you look to the right, that looks at the direct tax base that would be created as a result of those 777 new jobs, and based on your investment in us. So last fiscal year, you invested $200,000 in Movita's efforts. As a result of this, we can expect over the next 5 years, once those businesses are running, over $16 million in a new tax base being created to the state, almost $8 million in new tax base being created to the county. But it also supports, because the mill rates go towards supporting the school systems, you can see that about $1 million would go to Doña Ana Community College and over $6 million to the 3 local school systems. And that's really the power of economic-based job creation and why we really concentrate on that. I will say, when we compete for industry, we are a small budget, small organization. And we compete with Texas for almost every project. And just to give you a little bit of comparison, we had a $1.1 million budget, as I mentioned. But if you look at Texas and some of those small towns, Lubbock, last I heard, had a $6 million per year annual budget for economic development. Amarillo, $15 million. A town like Buda, Texas, right outside of Austin, 15,000 population, they have about a $1.5 million budget for economic development. So you can see with what we have, we're trying to compete at the highest level, because competing for industry and jobs it's a challenge out there. So I wanted to bring you to our results to date. That's within our current fiscal year. We upped our annual target upon ourselves as staff. Before, we had 600 and some odd jobs as a target. This year, our board put upon us the goal to meet 900 jobs. Year to date, we're at 905 jobs that we've recorded. 2 of these companies on here have yet to be announced. They will be announced probably next month or the month after by the state of New Mexico. We've booked them on our numbers because we have a protocol that when an investment is made, such as the purchase of land and putting infrastructure into a site, that's when we count it as a real project. And so far, $48 million in new payroll, along with $430,000 in new capital investment to come to the region. A little bit about what those look like overall to date in this current fiscal year and what our project looks like. We've had 61 qualified projects that we've worked with. That's when I mentioned the real hand-holding, where we supply detailed information on the region and the reasons for it to be in Doña Ana County. If you look at a breakout of those projects, 35 are in manufacturing, 10 are in logistics, 3 are in back office, 5 are in high tech, 5 are in value-added ag, and 3 are in the renewable industries. Looking at the project profiles of those, it ranges everything from a small company beginning at 2,000 square feet all the way to mega projects that we've seen requiring over 3 million square foot of facility space. But on average, we're looking at about 270,000 square foot average facility need per project. 56% are willing to build, but 44% are requiring existing space. Now that's critical, and Commissioner Reynolds, this gets to one of those factors of production. Not having existing space has been the #1 challenge we've had in Doña Ana County in terms of attracting businesses. We are very fortunate. In the last 3 to 4 years, we've had some spec developers, and spec basically means when a developer comes and builds industrial space without having a tenant in place. We've had some spec developers come into Santa Teresa for the last 5 years, which has been a blessing, and we have been able to fill those buildings almost immediately, even before they're completed. But we've had trouble in Las Cruces, and right now we're working on a program to try to attract spec development to the city of Las Cruces' industrial park on the west side. Per project, on average, it's 242 jobs being requested, and 5 over the past year have been what we call mega projects. These are EV and battery-related projects, but there are sizes of which we have never seen, and quite frankly, getting back to factors of gap production, when you're looking at the infrastructure required for these types of mega projects, we're really talking about Hail Mary types of projects. But we have to respond, because sometimes we're dealing with a site selector who will come with 10 more projects in the next year, and we want to be obtainable to them. I'll talk a little bit about economic development advisory. This is bringing our knowledge and expertise back to you. I've always felt if we were one company, we are the marketing arm. Again, we hear the good, bad, and the ugly, but you are the product development arm. You are the one that creates a better product for companies to want to locate here. But just to let you know about what we've been seeing over the past 2 to 3 years in terms of the competitive horizon, we've seen a lot of more growth in advanced manufacturing. Because of supply chain disruptions, we have seen a gluttony of warehouse and distribution facilities being filled so that there are very few even left in the country. And we've been seeing more domestic production increases, which has been driving more manufacturing looking at our area. Madam Chair, and again, Commissioner Reynolds, going back to your question, then how do we deal with that information? Or the information on the other slide that we had showed you earlier. We've been seeing a lot of advanced manufacturing. So in the past year, we commissioned a study to better understand the quantity of advanced manufacturing skill sets we have in the region. That study is also showing us what is the pipeline that we have coming out of our 7 universities in the region. And we utilize this information so we can answer critical questions to site selectors and companies, because that is the #1 question they're asking right now. They're asking us, how do they find the advanced manufacturing skill sets here versus going to Austin, Phoenix, or other locations in larger metros where it might be more obvious to identify. So we felt that that was vital information. We needed to better understand that. But what came out of that study was very unique. There was information that we can now hand over to Doña Ana Community College, as well as our partners at the university, so that they can look at designing programs that will create the future pipeline for the skill sets that these employers are asking for. Secondarily, because of the supply chain challenges, we worked very closely with the county as well as a consultant to put in an application grant to the US DOT for a regional infrastructure accelerator. The whole idea is what I call advanced logistics. We're talking about advanced manufacturing, but now we're looking at the future of logistics and how do you get part A to part B to part C to the end consumer. And there's a lot more technology being driven that's pushing that area forward. So this is an opportunity where we worked with the county and it brought in I believe a grant of over $1 million in order to help answer that question and better position our area as a future logistics hub. Thirdly, to be competitive, we need what we call a closing fund, a regional closing fund. We rely way too much on the state of New Mexico sometimes for the incentives that they can bring to the table in order to attract a company to the area. We were able to work with a grant that was put out there by El Paso Electric. It was a vision created by Mavita, but the grant basically stated we'd like to have our own regional closing fund. So far, to date, 2 years into this fund, they have awarded us $1.178 million. As of yesterday, we just got notice for our 3rd year, there's going to be another $500,000. We've deployed $805,000 of that to 9 different companies, creating 1,400 new jobs. And this is private sector dollars. Usually incentives come from public sector dollars, no matter where you go. As far as I'm aware, this is the only closing fund of its type where the private sector is bringing dollars in order to try to help businesses close and locate in the region in Doña Ana County. Other things we do is we try to protect the toolbox we have in place to make us a business-friendly environment. We are 501c3, so we do not lobby, but I do like to say we try to aggressively educate where we can. But we do rely on partners like New Mexico IDEA, the New Mexico Chamber of Commerce, Border Industrial Association, and Greater Las Cruces Chamber of Commerce to spread the message as to the needs we have. So again, going back to your question of what can the public do, we try to listen, understand those needs, and bring solutions that can be put in the form of new legislation. Some of the things we're looking at this year and that Mavita is directly supporting is we're supporting Local Economic Development Act funding at the state legislature. We're supporting job training incentive program funding at the state legislature. We're looking to maintain economic development marketing at the state level because that does help support our ability to reach greater markets. But more specifically to the county, SB 152, county industrial bond changes, and HB 374, infrastructure LEADA population caps. We are in active discussions trying to make changes so that Doña Ana County is part of the is part of the bills that are being written into as to what this can encourage and where can it encourage growth. So I'm going to stop there. Like I said, it was a lot of information. We're more than happy to come back at any time or meet one-on-one to have further discussions on any of these points. But for now, I'd be happy to open it up to any Q&A you might have. And again, we thank you for your time and your partnership in Mavita.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Do any commissioners have brief questions?
I have one. Madam Chair, I have one.
Commissioner Reynolds?
A couple of pages back, you actually said that there are 5 mega projects at 750,000 feet, square feet or more that we missed with EV and battery related. And I'm wondering, do you have any specific things that you're going to identify as to why we don't qualify for those larger projects? Because I've heard a couple of things and I want to see what your thoughts are.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, I would say there's 2 glaring issues. The first and foremost is the availability of perceived workforce. These projects will come looking for 1,000 to 5,000 jobs. And although that sounds great, like a great opportunity, when you look at a market of 220,000, let's concentrate just on Doña Ana County, they will not find that many jobs to fill their needs. Even looking at a region, when we include El Paso into the conversation, it's still very challenging. Our niche opportunity is usually between 50 jobs and 500 jobs. That's really our niche opportunity. So number one, that's the biggest challenge. The second is within that, the skill sets that these types of companies are asking for are advanced manufacturing and related more than anything, a la the study we had to do in order to quantify some of that information. The second reason has to do with our infrastructure, both electrical, but also water and sewer. Most of these have a timeline to build about 2 years to 3 years, and El Paso Electric normally can answer their questions by the time 2 to 3 years comes down the line. We can have that type of infrastructure in place that's needed. The challenge, though, has been coming also within water and sewer is because one of these projects comes online, they may take all of our capacity up overnight. And so we can answer the question in 2 to 3 years, we can have new capacity in place, but the challenge is are you budgeting for it today? If you're not budgeting for it today and you have a mega project come and hit, basically there's a moratorium on development if you're not ready for the next round of expansion. So those are the challenges we've seen with the mega projects, but primarily workforce.
Madam Chair, Davin, thank you. I think you hit the nail on the head as far as I'm concerned with that one, because the onus is on us we can't create workforce, but what we are responsible for is infrastructure, like the water, sewer, electric, power, and these are the things that, as this board, I think we are responsible to try to figure out a way to overcome those issues as soon as possible. And since we're in a budgeting cycle, I think this is actually important for us to understand that this is one of the things we can do if we choose to do it and we have a proper plan to actually put us on the road to creating economic value for everybody who's trying to come here. So thank you. I think you hit it perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Any other questions from any other commissioners? Commissioner Sanchez?
Devin, I know when you were presenting the results for the past fiscal year, one of the things that caught my attention was you had mentioned that all these numbers are just accumulated from the members. This is not something that Mavita takes and does independently. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, are you talking about the slide I have here for our
Correct.
results? No, these are projects we work on at Mavita specifically. So if you look at, for example, the 3 left-hand sides of the bar, we started off with 74 qualified prospects that we started working with. Now, those 74 prospects could have happened in multiple years because sometimes to develop a relationship or a timeline for these companies of these magnitudes to locate, it could take 2 to 3 years. Then we get to 27 site visits, which then gets to the 8 completed projects, which makes up all of those other numbers. So those 8 completed projects Mavita worked with directly.
But the numbers you got, were they because one of the things you said was that these were reported to, at least to Mavita by the partners. And that's the way, at least that's what because I made my note. I was making a note that caught my attention because it was just understanding was where these numbers were they at all verified or vetted with the state office and their numbers?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, yes, we usually work hand in hand with the state primarily because they bring a lot of the incentives to the table. And so we do work with them, maybe not from the beginning of a project. We like to vet the project out to make sure it's real, but at the time that we think they can make a location decision here in Doñana County, yes, we work directly with the state in terms of analyzing the entire project and what incentives could come to the table. Once they determine that incentives could come to the table, the state works with those companies individually on each of the incentives that they might obtain. Now, maybe, and I apologize for my misclarification, I think what you're referring to is how we count a project. There's two ways projects are counted. One is by announcement. Sometimes that is not the best way to count a project because sometimes those announcements are politically driven, quite frankly. I've worked now in 3 administrations, and each administration does things a little bit differently. That is why Mavita has a protocol. We do not count a project unless an actual investment by the company has taken place. That investment could be in the form of they've purchased land, they've leased a building, or they've leased a building and they've started hiring people already. So we try to be much more conservative in terms of how we approach actually making an announcement.
Okay, thank you. Now, the other thing that you had mentioned when I think you had talked on the industry trends slide was a comment you made was talking about that Mavita is the marketing arm for the county. And we are, I think if I understood, like the manufacturing, basically the idea is that we do the stuff, like I think as Commissioner Reynolds was talking about, kind of the infrastructure, the piece that allows you to market us, to bring companies in. Just curious, and this could be, I think, to you and to the county manager, what is Doñana County's economic development plan? Because if you're marketing for us, what are we investing in? I'll go further from what Commissioner Reynolds says, because I think, are we lacking infrastructure from El Paso Electric? Are we lacking, obviously we know we're lacking broadband, which that's a work in progress, but I think this is the first time I've ever heard that we are lacking water, sewage, other things in the 4 years that I've been on this board. And so I'm concerned that if I'm hearing it from you, why didn't I hear it that this is something we need to focus on from the county manager? And what is our plan? Because if we're going to be asking and investing in Mavita, I would think we would have a plan and ask you and get for your input exactly like what you've explained to us. But how are you marketing for us when we don't have a plan? And I don't know, Mr. Macias, if you want to answer that question. I'm curious when we're going into our budget cycle, should we start to look at maybe investing in an economic development office, division, department here in the county so that we can start to incubate and work on our own opportunities in conjunction with Mavita, similar to what the city of Las Cruces does? Because I think one of the things that I would like to see is as a here on the BOCC is where do we need to invest our monies in? Where do we need to start looking at in order for us to start getting, if we're missing the boat because we're not focused on the right things, but we're relying on Mavita, who has all these partners that are here that include the city of Las Cruces and all these other entities. Maybe we need that internal department to help guide us to be able to help guide Mavita to be more successful.
Madam Chair and Commissioner, I guess I'll try to answer the first part of the question, and I'll turn it over to the county manager to answer the second part. So you mentioned that this is the first time you've heard that we are out of infrastructure. And I want to clarify that, especially down in Santa Teresa. What I had stated with these mega projects we're seeing, one project locate could put us out of infrastructure, so now we have to be into that planning stage of it and making sure the budget's available to have those conversations with the next company coming in who says, 2 years we can have that infrastructure in place, but if we can't talk about being budgeted for it, we lose those types of projects. But yes, I will say the landscape of economic development is important for everybody to participate in. And the challenge for us is being in front of the production factors, the gaps in production factors. That's always been the challenge for us. I mentioned speculative buildings earlier today. That has been one of the biggest issues we've had. We've relied on private developers to do that. Now, I'm not suggesting that the county should get into the spec development business, don't get me wrong. But for example, we are working with the city to try to determine if there's any types of tools we can jointly put in place that might encourage a little bit more spec development and take some of the risk off in a market that seems very risky to those investments.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. And Madam Chair, I know you're on the CRUA board.
I was about to jump in on that one.
I mean, are you aware of issues like this that CRUA is seeing, particularly in the southern part of the county, where they could use more funding or expansion for some of these projects?
Yes, we're seeing that, and both Commissioner Murillo and I are on that particular board, and we are seeing the issues. In fact, at our last meeting, there was talk about expansion regarding wastewater and what the plan will be. I will tell you this, Commissioners, there was a meeting, and Mr. Macias, please remind me of the date. It was over a year ago where we brought in a consultant, Mr. Garza, who was a former city manager, to help us move forward to address problems with CRUA, and we are working on that as we speak. And so we should have something, Mr. Macias, in 3 months. Was that our projection to present to the board?
Madam Chair, let me again address some of these issues. Certainly, there's a number of different economic development plans that were developed by the county in previous years related to the overall focus on border development. Doña Ana County, to the best of my knowledge, has never really had an economic development department. We've had an individual that might have been designated as an economic development officer, but not for many years now. So the commitment and the investment has always been into Mavida in terms of being the arm, the recruitment arm, the engagement arm on behalf of the county in terms of industries that are interested in relocating. The focus of the county, and I think that we certainly have had many discussions related to this, where the impediment that we have to first overcome is basically the permitting process for all of these entities that would be interested in coming and building facilities. There has been tremendous expansion of that in the Santa Teresa area. We undertook, we engaged consultants to come in and basically look to see what was the impediment. We brought developers to meetings to identify what were the impediments within the county. The county commission has focused substantial investments basically to find the mechanism to streamline the ability for companies seeking to build here in the county to have that. We cannot do more, I don't think, internally. The investment that it would take to develop an economic development department, then that's a decision that can be made from by the commission. But again, you'll do it in the context of the totality of the needs within the county: fire, sheriff, detention, everything else in terms of where you want to invest money to create positions. So my sense is that the investment of the county has been to increase the strength of Mavida for it to basically carry out the tasks that traditionally would be found within some governmental structures. So whether that changes or whether there's a different perspective, the investment of county funds has been to develop the capacity to engage with developers, builders, in order to fast track the decision-making and the ability to put up buildings.
Well, and I think that's Mr. Macias, thank you for that. And I believe that's exactly kind of what some of the issues you raised are exactly the reason why I ask. I mean, you talked about the permitting and things like that. That would be direct feedback. I don't know if it would be created within community development or not, but man, to have that, someone reporting to Ms. Ainsworth saying, we have these issues, we need to address them because we have these feedback we're getting from companies we're working with, and immediately they can start working on it. I guess that's the synergy I see. But I think one of the things that we have not traditionally had a economic development arm for the county outside of Mavita and the other partners that we work with. However, I think I've mentioned a couple of times in the last couple of meetings, we're growing. We're the second largest county in New Mexico. And, maybe that we were able to get by with not having to worry about that when we were smaller. But as we continue to grow, we should be looking at where we might look at investing and creating some new, different opportunities, different divisions, different departments to help us manage these things as we continue to grow so that we don't fall behind of, some of the, I know we're constantly competing with Bernalillo County and Santa Fe. I know, Mr. Lopez, I know we've talked about that in some of your meetings where that's, when you're looking at Albuquerque, and that's always the perception is they've got the national labs there, they have the Air Force Base there, they have all these things. So we're competing even within our state for economic development dollars. And again, I think as we start to look at how we want to grow in this county, I think we should start looking at how we invest and start creating maybe opportunities for new positions, new departments where we might not have had in the past. So, but I think that takes care of what I need to say, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions by any of the commissioner?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Murillo.
Devin, on the SB 152 county industrial bond changes, what is the language? Do you have anything, the language that will be amended, that is trying to be amended?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, basically it takes the protest clause away from county IRBs to put them more at par with municipal IRBs.
So like with the municipality like Sunland Park or Anthony with the 15-mile radius, that will be taken off, that clause?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, no, this does not touch municipal IRBs at all. All it does is changes county IRBs so that there doesn't have that protest clause that's currently in place.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Murillo. Commissioner Sheljo Hernandez.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for presenting to us. I really do appreciate it. I do have a couple questions, especially on the slide that you're on right now. Project pipeline means that they're happening, right?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, yes, these are projects we are currently working on in this fiscal year.
Okay, and where are these in the pipeline, a majority of them?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, so we start off with 61 qualified prospects. These are specifically projects, when we say qualified, these are projects that have an expansion need within the next 18 months, and they have basically said we are interested in information on Doña Ana County. That triggers us putting together, number one, understanding the parameters of the project, and then putting together a package that answers most of the questions they have. Then it gets into their queue against other communities that we may be competing with across the country or others that they might be looking at. I will say it's hard to say how far these are qualified, meaning that these aren't leads. These aren't just a card we got from someone at a trade show. They've expressed interest in the area. But I will say we are lucky if we get from 61 down to maybe 2 or 3 that we're actually finalists are. It is a game of numbers like sales. So that's normally where we're probably at. I don't have the exact answer. Could probably find out for you, where we are in terms of those few. But I would say probably we're maybe 10 in the conversation that I feel realistic about. That may lead to 2 or 3 more projects that land here.
Okay, and when does that trigger in your pipeline to start the conversations with the county on expansion, placement, and so on and so forth?
So, Madam Chair, Commissioner, if I understand the question, the way Mavita works is because we do have a small staff, and we are either expending our efforts on current projects we're trying to close, or we're trying to expand our pipeline, our marketing. We've actually had a pretty good year, as the numbers did indicate, but we did see that our pipeline was a little bit smaller than we like it to be. So we are right now in an aggressive marketing mode. We are putting together campaigns that are really reintroducing different parts of the county to site selectors, different types of opportunities to C-level suite executives. So right now, that's the campaign mode we're in right now. We're really trying to market the region to drum up more of that robust pipeline for the next year.
Okay. And you also talked about a programming pipeline with the local universities in the area. Has any of those programming been implemented yet?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, no. We just are wrapping up that study. We have 3 phases of the study for advanced manufacturing. The first phase was actually commissioned with us and Doñana Community College. So the president has been involved in, and she's on our board as well. She's been involved in this study since the very beginning. But right now, once we're putting the final touches on it, we are going to give it back to them so that they can better understand how they might be able to utilize it. So as of today, no. I will say something interesting came out of some follow-up conversations we had with the county, the Gadsden School District, as well as New Mexico State University, that this came together is that I think everyone admitted that one of the challenges with growing advanced manufacturing skill sets in a more rapid manner is the need for more industry certifications to be made available. That has been a gap from higher education overall, and private sector industries as well as industry associations have now come in to fill out of those gaps. So what we're trying to look at right now is potentially a funding, well, number one, we're trying to identify what are those certificates that are valued by employers, number one. And then number two, what we're looking for is to see if we can fund maybe a pilot that allows scholarships to existing employers to put some of their staff through some of these, but everything's based on funding, you know, so we're actually now looking for grants to see if we can find those scholarship opportunities.
Okay, and you're working with LCBS as well on a lot of this? Because a lot of these certificates aren't required a 4-year degree or anything like that.
So, Madam Chair, Commissioner, it's very interesting what's happening with advanced manufacturing. Although the information we received ideally tells us that there's some level of education that's required, I'm not talking about higher ed like engineering, although for some skill sets it is, but more through the community college training systems. That's what they're looking for. But we've come across a variety of different companies now that are telling us within advanced manufacturing, they would be willing to hire high school graduates. And the reason why is they're telling us, you know, we have this machinery that we're getting from Europe or Japan. No one's ever worked on it before. There's no one that knows how to work on it. So whoever we bring in, we're going to have to train anyway. So as long as they have the aptitude and the desire to want to jump into that career and learn, that's what we're seeing they're looking for. So I think it's a window of opportunity. It's not going to last forever because other major markets that are like Phoenix, you know, Phoenix just got a $40 billion investment from one of the largest Taiwanese chip manufacturers in the world. Austin's been growing like crazy in terms of its EV and battery operations. You know, they're going to start skilling up these people. So this window of opportunity is not going to last forever.
Okay, so we are working with the local high schools like Gadsden and Las Cruces High for upscaling and talking about those certificates before they go into university?
So, Madam Chair, Commissioner, we have been in conversations with them. I don't want to say it's a working relationship yet because they would have to be on board on wanting to put some kind of curriculum in place.
Okay.
But we are talking to them. Yes.
Because I've been going through a lot of your information online as well, and I see that you have gaming and you have all these things going on. And I know Cruces, LCPS is focusing a lot on those tech initiatives like game development and so on and so forth. So I think those conversations should be had, especially since you're not getting anywhere with the programming pipeline with the universities yet. Maybe looking at spending some time with LCPS and Gadsden might do something to help gravitate people towards this region, talking about how we can do this in a high school setting might do some good since we're not getting anywhere with the university setting.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, and I'm not saying we're not getting anywhere with the university setting. Everyone you mentioned except for Gadsden, they are on our board. We have active conversations about this, but we're just seeing that some of the needs of advanced manufacturing specifically, because that's the study was based upon, the employers are really looking at the skill sets being developed through either the community college systems across the country or through high schools as well. So that is spurring our interest, and I think it's a great idea. We need to get the high schools more involved in terms of skilling up the future of what work looks like.
Perfect. And then you have the impact slide, and I'm just wondering how you got those numbers as far as how you're impacting the community with saying powered by Mavita for the 152 million.
Fernando, I may need your help again here. I'm not sure what I did.
If you press the previous, either if you right click and press previous, or on the left-hand side, bottom left, you see the arrows. There you go.
So Madam Chair, Commissioner, yes, so we, as I mentioned, we use what's called M-Plan data. And then we actually have a third-party consultant conform that data specifically for based on the tax base, based on census and historical trends of Doña Ana County specifically. That company is called Applied Economics. They are out of Phoenix, Arizona. M-Plan data is, as I mentioned, used by universities and economists across the country in order to understand indirect and direct impacts because of projects. And so what we have developed is, and it's not a cheap model, but it's something we feel is important to run. We are the only economic development organization in the state of New Mexico that does this besides the state of New Mexico Economic Development Department. And we've been doing this for about 12 or 13 years because we believe trying to provide feedback on our value to you is important not only to you as county commissioners, but also to the public at large. We want to be good stewards of the taxpayer dollar. So that being said, to kind of explain how we work with this model, they develop the application and software using those data sets, as I mentioned. So it becomes more plug and play for us. We're able to put in specific parameters of our projects one by one. Those parameters are usually capital investment being made, how that capital investment is being made. Is it being put into infrastructure? Is it being put into brick and mortar? Is it being put into equipment? It then asks us by industry, what type of industry is being impacted, because there's a different modeling. Different industries impact the overall public in different ways. And then, of course, we put in things like payroll and total jobs that are going to be created. And this is what spits out. This is what the information that spits out based on those 8 projects that we helped close for that fiscal year. Now, I will say, the modeling is based on the fact where usually if there's construction involved in it, we give it a year. So the first year, the modeling is only going to show probably construction GRT tax that's being created, for example. Then the model applies how the company has told us their ramp up of hiring is going to take place, year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5. So we put that all into the modeling. If for some reason that company is delayed, for example, we make it off the announcement, and we do it based on that modeling year by year. But if that company is delayed, let's say it takes them 2 years for construction instead of the 1 year we put in the formula, it would throw that off. So there are some assumptions being made here that those companies are up and operational in time, and they're ramping up in the framework and timeline that they told us as well. Now, what we also do is we do go back and we look at the modeling, and during our retention and expansion and reaching out to companies who we have helped in prior years, we will reach out to them and say, hey, you said you were going to be at 200 employees by this time. Are you there? If they tell us, no, we're at 100, we go back and we change our modeling. If they tell us at 300, they're at 300 now, we go back and change our modeling. So we do our best to try to keep up with the numbers based on the willingness of the private sector company's ability to share with us.
And this is a 5-year review or a 5-year model?
This is 5 years looking forward. That other modeling I mentioned is a huge spreadsheet. I'd be more than happy to sit down and show it, but that goes backwards. So again, it's to show our historical value and the return on investment we're bringing to Doña Ana County based on your investment.
Okay, and then I just have 2 more questions, and then if any other commissioners have any other questions. You talked about a survey that you did over your membership. Does the county have a copy of that survey that was done and the results? In depth?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, I just want to look at the slide, make sure I'm referring to, is this the slide you're talking to on the right there, the cloud, the word cloud we did?
No, I think it was one of the first things you talked about, which
Because this is where we do our surveys. 1 week on our retention and expansion of existing companies, we reach out to try to understand what are their challenges to grow.
Okay.
That's the survey, and that's what produced this word cloud, and we can make that available, yes.
Yeah, that would be great. And then also, you all are working off of a strategic plan that your board has put together?
So, Madam Chair, Commissioner, we develop a plan each and every year based on meetings with the board and at our board retreat as to the direction we're moving in. Our mission has always been strategically economic-based job creation, and we have target industries that we go after in terms of that based on assets we have in the region. Those don't change that often. Sometimes they do. For example, advanced manufacturing is a new specific target industry for us. Even though advanced manufacturing crosses all types of manufacturing, from electric vehicles to battery, even to food processing, we realize in order for us to grow, we have to put some time into understanding what goes into advanced manufacturing, and the result is that specific study we did as an example.
Okay. And then, so if we could also take a look at that, that would be great if we could get that sent to the board, just so we can see how we can help on the commission side as well as the county side. And then just the last little thing would be, can you by any chance, or maybe someone from your staff, put together what jobs have been created in the rural areas of Doña Ana that does not include Las Cruces or another municipality, to show what jobs are coming into the unincorporated areas?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, absolutely, we can do that.
Perfect. That would be great. Thank you. I don't have any other
Thank
questions.
you. Any other questions, commissioners? Commissioner Reynolds?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Going back to Commissioner Sanchez's question, you know, we do have earlier when I first became on board, we did have an economic development director here on staff. I think that lasted about a year because he moved down to Santa Teresa, and then his job went away. I don't know why, because I was involved in that. But what we do have is we have a document that's actually called a Santa Teresa Master Plan that was actually created in 2008 by Resolution 110 and 111, and it was updated on 2009-108 as well, to try to plan some of the stuff out in that area to provide the infrastructure you're talking about. I don't know that we've ever looked at this plan as a board since I've been on board anyway, and I don't know who does manage this plan for the county, so I think that was your question. Since we have a plan in Santa Teresa, I know it's an economic development plan, and it's a master plan, and it's supposed to be incorporated into the 2040 master plan, which we also haven't looked at. I think we probably should be thinking about a cooperative group work session or special session to try to revisit some of this stuff to see what we can do so we can actually plan. I think that's kind of what you are saying as well. And because I know I don't know enough, and I've been doing a lot of research and dealing with Santa Teresa for a long time. And so anyway, we have a master plan. I'd like to know where we stand with it as a county. I'd like to know if anybody's looking at it, if you guys are looking at it, or if we're working with you on it. And then maybe we could take and incorporate that, which is in the 2040 plan, and try to figure out, we were really trying to go as a county for economic development, because I think it's critical to our future in this county. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. And
Madam Chair.
and if I may, we're a step ahead of you, Mr. Macias and I have already discussed further discussion by the board on a master plan, a strategic plan for the county. Thank you.
Why am I not surprised?
Madam Chair, I just have one, it's more of a comment, and I think this goes even, thank you, and this goes to, I think, what Vice Chair Sheljo Hernandez was mentioning. I think we talked on kind of the training and trying to work on career pathways with the school districts. And I think one of the issues that I've seen, and I would love to maybe dig down a little bit more, is with the state workforce development department, as well as on the board, being that I know here in Doña Ana County in particular, we're well represented, especially having Joshua Orozco being the board chair for the workforce board. One of the issues I think I've mentioned, I think in previous, is that there's money, and I think as the vice chair had noted, in the state budget for training, career pathways. But what I don't see is that because we're siloed even as a state, PD does one thing with the school districts, you got workforce development over here, and the two aren't gelling. And those are the conversations I've had with, with the Hatch Valley schools is, where does those money come from? So I guess where I'm going with it, I would love to be, maybe if that's something we can do as a county and continue to work with, is push and advocate for additional funds to actually, we can start getting better at connecting the funds with, with the need. Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. That would be, we're here for that as well, because I think the state has obviously communicated that's one of their biggest goals, especially as a workforce development board, is they want to be able to start, working on apprenticeship programs, work on connecting people with jobs. We see it on the area workforce board as well. I mean, it's how do we got to get better at doing that. And so we're maybe, Movida and the partners with Movida might be a big piece of trying to figure out how we can advocate for the state and help bring some of those improvements to make sure we're connecting, the funds with the need.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, absolutely. And, one of the things is, let me just state, collaboration is key within our board of directors and the people we have on it. We try to maintain that collaboration as much as possible. But yeah, doing economic development is, as I say, raising a child. It takes a lot of different people, a lot of different efforts. And I'm always excited to have the conversations for more collaboration, not less collaboration, and more dialogue on it. And that's why at the very beginning of this conversation, I mentioned if we need to expand on this from here in a work session, one-on-one, or in working groups, we're more than happy to provide our input and our knowledge base to the region and to the effort.
Thank you. And I did want to give, I know one of the things that I have seen that has worked really, really well is that partnership with Dr. Torres and DACC. And we've seen the offices going in Sunland Park or in Santa Teresa, and the programs that they do at DACC are, like I said, I know they work really tightly with, as being a partner of Movida and working with the county and the city. So I'm really appreciative for DACC and all the efforts they do as well. So thank you, Mr. Lopez. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioners. Commissioners, would anyone object to a 10-minute break at this point? Mr. Lopez, thank you so much for your presentation. Board, thank you for coming here and being introduced to us. We appreciate your hard work.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you.
So we'll be a break for 10 minutes.
So are you guys, are you guys talking about?
Oh, my.
We're back in session, thank you. So we were on agenda item number 3, introduction to Yes Care and services provided at Doña Ana County Detention Center. Mr. Brian Baker, Director. He'll step up to the podium, thank you. Good morning, Brian, how are you?
Good morning, Chair, Commission. This is an introduction to the medical provider for the Doña Ana County Detention Center. We have a long-standing relationship with them, and we've been generally very pleased with the services they provided. And we have the Chief Operating Officer, Bill Carr, here to provide a brief introduction to them and to cover the services they provide. With that.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Mr. Carr, welcome, good morning.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you for having me. Appreciate the opportunity to be here today. And Director Baker, thank you, and County Manager Macias, I appreciate the invitation to come here today. Let me make sure I can. So part of why I'm here today is to introduce Yes Care and how we got here. To do that, I have to talk a little bit about some events that happened last year in terms of Horizon Health and some restructuring they went through as an organization. In May of 22 of last year, they went through a very specific corporate restructuring in which there was an allocation of assets between itself and a newly formed entity called CHS Texas, Inc. As a result of that restructuring, CHS Texas was vested with most of the assets and liabilities, all regarding all active client contracts that Horizon previously held. And in following this restructure, CHS Texas was acquired by Yes Care Corporation. CHS Texas continues to provide healthcare services in jails and prisons across the country, but we are doing so under the name of Yes Care. That's it. The first thing I just want to get through, and that's how Yes Care came about. Probably the exciting part of what the future looks like for Yes Care, and that is that the group of investors that support this organization have ownership in more than 30 healthcare related companies, be it staffing, be it medical supplies, lab care, some specialty care services, that ultimately is going to provide some efficiencies that we can bring to the table in terms of providing even more locally based services to prevent or to reduce out the number of times inmates have to be taken off ground. So we think that going forward, this really is going to set us apart from a lot of the companies in the space, and we're terribly excited about that. But about Yes Care, but make no mistake, the employees that make up Yes Care are the backbone of our existence. And collectively, they go back over 40 years. And providing healthcare services to literally millions of patients across the country, nearly 500 correctional institutions in the United States. We have a culture committed to innovation. We have a continued focus on quality improvement that I think helps prepare us to deliver the challenges that we face today and will help us tomorrow as well. Next slide is just kind of a map as to where we are geographically across the United States. 22 total clients. We provide services to 4 different departments of corrections, State Department of Corrections, provide services in about 78 facilities, 13 different states, serving just under 72,000 patients each and every day. One of the things we take a great deal of pride in are our long-term relationships. There are a number of partners that we currently have, Lexington, Kentucky, Prince George County, Maryland, City of Philadelphia. We're approaching 30 years of partnerships with them, a number of partners over 20 years. When we go down to the one, down to 15 years, very pleased to say 2023 will mark the 15th year we will have been a partner in Doña Ana. So it's a significant event for us. And from our vantage point, it's been a terrific partnership. So it's kind of who we are and where we are, and there's always a question of why we do what we do. I will tell you, as someone who's been around corrections for well over 30 years now, once you get in correctional, things that touch corrections, it kind of draws you in. I'm an attorney by education. One of my first jobs out of law school was to work for the Indiana Department of Correction. I've not left corrections since then. I've been in various states and various roles, but it's all of their people who do this work who truly try to make a difference. And we know there are things that we're all facing, and it's evolving, but it's in some ways exasperating as well. Make no mistake, jails and prisons have become the largest mental health provider services in the United States. We know that 95% or more of the people we treat on a daily basis are going to go back to his or her home community. Suicides are the leading cause of deaths in jails. Third leading cause of death in prisons. In the communities, it's about the 10th. And there are things that we can and have to do better to address that. And individuals incarcerated are nearly 3 times more likely to be dealing with HIV or AIDS, tuberculosis, or Hep C than those not incarcerated. That's a tough population. It's a population that historically has been underserved. And at the same time, it's a population that, and frequently, they've not taken care of themselves. But if collectively we can work together, we can change that trajectory, and that's why we do what we do. So we like to think there are a number of things we do to provide exceptional care. And I won't go through all of these, but being prepared starts from the moment we are doing interviews, selecting staff, onboarding, training, and getting them ready for what they're going to encounter in jails and prisons. Having a backup plan is essential. If the last 3 years hasn't taught us that, nothing will. Our employees are the backbone of what we do. Treating them well and making sure they know they're appreciated is critical to our mission. We're very focused on quality improvement and scalable processes. So in our company, there are a number of things in terms of correctional health care that are kind of the basic tenets, be it intake, medication administration, the way you conduct sick call. And we've embarked over the last several years to make sure those processes are standardized across our country. So if you're looking at an intake in Doña Ana, and then you go to our St. Louis City Jail, it should look fairly similar in how that's being done, and that's very important for us. Collaboration is critically important, both with our custody partners, but with community-based agencies and providers. The more seats at the table, the more voices being heard, the better the outcome. We try to do so in a very transparent environment. And we really embrace a holistic model of care, treating both behavioral health services, but medical care as well. That's critically important to how we deliver services. And I'll end with the last one. Jeff Scholey was recently named our CEO. I've had the pleasure and honor of knowing Jeff for a number of years. He previously served as YesCare's Chief Financial Officer, and I can tell you that he's a seasoned pro. He understands corrections, and our company couldn't be in better hands with him at the helm. So how does that translate to what we're doing here on a community basis? First, I'll start out with just a few statistics. Many of these you probably know. Your average daily population at the detention center is about just under 600. At the juvenile detention center, it's 23. Just under 9,000 intakes and releases last year. In terms of health encounters, from a behavioral health standpoint, around 10,500 encounters. In 2022, about 134,000 medical encounters, just under 600 dental encounters. We assisted 289 adults going through medication-assisted treatment or dealing with substance abuse disorders. And we helped 413 adults as they're being transitioned back to their home community in terms of reentry coordination. In terms of going into the specific services being provided, you have an HSA by the name of Heather Barella, who is fantastic. I'm biased. She works for us. You're very fortunate to have Heather. She does terrific work. And our site medical director is Dr. Christy Ontiveros, an exceptionally skilled provider. There are good things going on there, I assure you. But a brief overview of just the services being provided. From a medical standpoint, we deal with the mundane, the routine to acute and chronic care illnesses. From behavioral health services, with psychiatry, of counseling, with suicide prevention measures that we go through each and every day. From a dental standpoint, x-rays and fillings and extractions. Medication management's a very important piece in terms of making sure those with acute care and chronic care and psychiatric illnesses are getting the right medication at the right time. I mentioned medication-assisted treatment that we are engaged in on a daily basis that's intertwined with counseling services. And through our reentry coordinator, we have partnerships and relationships with well over 38 community-based agencies to help those men and women as they are being released from the detention center. I've mentioned couple of the leaders, but from an overall staffing standpoint, there's 69 full-time, part-time PRN staff delivering services at your detention center. A medical director and nurse practitioners, registered nurses, licensed practical nurses. From a behavioral health standpoint, we have psychiatrists and psychiatric mental health nurse practitioners, behavioral health registered nurses, and others. The reentry coordinators I've mentioned. We have a dentist and a dental assistant, pharmacy tech, and licensed practical nurses who assist with the medication administration. And from a clerical and administrative support team, we have a administrative assistant who's been there for many years and does a fantastic job, a billing clerk and a medical records clerk.
And Mr. Carr, may I interrupt you very briefly? Regarding the dental services,
Yes.
You have 3 commissioners on this board that have visited the detention center and are very aware of the medical area there, but how many dentists do we have that are seeing the people in jail?
I can get you the specific number, Madam Chair. I don't have that with me right now. But it's my understanding that the services being provided are consistent with what the contract requires, and no backlogs or anything of that sort are currently in place.
Last question, and
Madam Chair, although if you'll forgive me for interrupting, basically the process is to bring dental professionals in when the services are necessary. There is not an in-house dentist. And I did ask for And I should have asked earlier, Heather's last name. Heather Barella is basically and I'm sure you met her during your tours. I've asked her to come over here so that she can help supplement a little bit of the additional information in terms of what is there at the facility.
And another question I was going to ask was about the psychiatrist that's available there.
Okay.
I know that I've seen the counseling area where the counselors sit
Yes.
and where the inmates can get
We have,
counseling sessions.
we have an in-house psychiatrist, Dr. Castillo. He's there Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, if not longer, and he's on call frequently. And we also have a licensed nurse practitioner that also, is there Monday through Friday providing care. So they're there actually on the building all the time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so a lot of what goes on goes beyond just providing that direct care services. It does relate to things as inmates are leaving, as the individuals are leaving. While it may seem obvious, but if someone's being transferred to another facility, we make sure there's a full detailed medical packet that goes with them. So there's a continuity of care in place. We provide release medications. If one's being released to the community, they're going to get 7 days of release medications. If they're going to a treatment facility, they're going to get 30 days of release medications. There are a number of partners that come both on-site and groups that we use in the community to provide a variety of services. We have groups that come on for imaging services and palliative care. We have over 50 community agencies that see our patients as well for a variety of specialties, be it cardiology, neurology, optometry, infusion therapy, wound treatments, occupational therapy, physical therapy, dental care as well. We've developed with Mr. Baker and his team a pretty unique relationship with the United States Marshal Services that we're awfully proud of. It's not an easy system to navigate in terms of getting approvals for care, and our team has actually excelled at that. As a result, there are typically Marshal patients that are transferred to this facility if they have more complicated medical issues they're dealing with. And because of our relationship, we were asked to participate in a pilot for a system they're developing for the electronic approval process for that care. We have a team effort in terms of assisting with accreditations, audits, licensings that are required. We partnered with a detention center to help obtain accreditation through the New Mexico Association of Counties. And typically with these accreditations and licensing, there's an initial audit that you achieve that accreditation and you go through a periodic audit thereafter. And we've been able to maintain that accreditation since. We helped the detention center achieve certification, PREA certification, and have gone through successful audits since then. And we participate in the annual audits conducted by the Children, Youth, and Families Department to maintain the license required by the Juvenile Detention Center. One of the things that is critically important for us wherever we have operations is to build those academic affiliations. It's our way of trying to introduce the thought and the concept of correctional health care to students to hope, plant that seed that at some point when they're graduating, it's a career they may want to seek out. Heather and her team have done a fantastic job here. Some of the affiliations that we have include with the New Mexico State University, the Doña Community College, Burrell College of Osteopathic Medicine, the University of Texas, El Paso, and Johns Hopkins University. That's an important mission, not just locally, but something our company takes a great deal of pride in developing those affiliations. So with that, just the brief overview of Yes Care and what we're doing here locally. I hope that if nothing else, you can see it's not just that we provide care in the confines of the Wall Detention Center, but we work a lot with partners throughout the county to make sure collectively we're providing that care. And I know that when we do it and when we do it right, it has a positive impact on the lives we deal with. And we certainly appreciate the opportunity to partner with you in that regard.
Thank you, Mr. Carr. Do any commissioners have any comments or questions? Commissioner Reynolds?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a comment. I want to thank you all for reducing our risks and our liabilities at the detention center. Prior to having Horizon, now Yes Care, there, our claims and our risks and everything were up significantly. Most of them related to exactly what you do, which is healthcare and treatment of the prisoners. And so I thank you for the record that we've had in the partnership we've had for the last 6 years, 7 years.
We actually go back, it'll be nearly 15 years.
Okay, 15 years. And except for the one little incident that was outside of your control, I think that you've done an excellent job of justifying the cost and the partnership at the detention center and keeping us safe.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, thank you very much.
For the board's sake, I'll add a little bit of background to this. Since I have been on the New Mexico Association of Counties pool board for 4 years already, I can see that other counties and other detention centers don't do this. And it gets very expensive and very, very challenging. And I know we've had a couple of things come up, but in almost every case, we've prevailed in the discussion by the policies and the things that you and Director Baker do at the county. So I appreciate what you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments, commissioners?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Sanchez?
just a couple of questions. I know, obviously, I think you addressed kind of the way the organization is set up, and I think one of the questions that in particular came up recently was around the cases, the lawsuits that have been brought against Horizon, and I think what does that do in terms of liability for the way, I guess, with Yes Care versus Horizon versus the liability that we have here for Doña Ana County?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, it's a great question, and it's an understandable concern. The Yes Care's view on that is whatever is required from an indemnification requirement contractually, nothing changes. Those defenses and everything else that we're a part of will continue going forward.
Okay. Thank you. And just one other question, and I'm just curious, I know along with, this is directed towards you, I think this is probably towards the Detention Center Director, Mr. Baker, and to Mr. Macias. When we have events which would have caused this lawsuit against the detention center, is there an oversight board that reviews all this information? What is normally the process? Because I think other than, unless we get updates from you and Mr. Macias, I think the BOCC is not really informed in terms of, or at least we're not aware of what the issue is, what can be done to correct it, and then, kind of where our liabilities may be when we have an event.
There is no external review board for the detention center. It's all done internally. Me and the administration, along with the Yes Care administration, will meet together anytime there's a death in custody or even a significant medical event or even a security event. We meet together and discuss what could have been done differently, what can we do better. Depending on the incident, we've done a lot of things. We're getting ready to move forward with bringing in Custody Protect. It'll be a band that attaches to the wrist or the ankle for people who come in that may be detoxing, so that we can get an alert if their vitals start to drop below normal thresholds. Those type of things are the outgrowth of those type of meetings that we have, but as far as external oversight or review boards, there's nothing like that set up at this time.
Okay. And I know as being chair or vice chair that we also got the quarterly reports from the detention center. I know, like I said, we got those as well, but thank you for addressing that.
Madam Chair, if I could just also note that when there is any kind of incident, law enforcement is always brought in to look and to investigate the situation. Also, all of the commissioners get copies of any tort claim notice that comes in, and that certainly includes anything related to the detention center.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Any other questions or comments from the commissioners? Mr. Carr, thank you, and
Madam Chair.
if I may, real quick. I have had the pleasure of going and having the detention center inspection, and I was very pleased to see the response to any inquiry from any inmate regarding healthcare or behavioral healthcare. And it made me very happy to see that, because I see them in court and as they're moving through when they get to the detention center and released. And I am very pleased with the way the detention center is being run at this time. So thank you for your effort.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Based on your question, Commissioner Sanchez, the county, this board actually did create a committee for oversight of the detention center in a resolution in 2017. It was actually formed with about 5 people from the community that actually did it. Patrick Peck was the head of the board, and they were actually responsible for going in and keeping track of what was going on at the detention center and having some sort of oversight. And that was when we had a previous director who was questionable. So even though we still have that committee, and it's still a resolution that hasn't been withdrawn, we don't have members of that committee. I think it was a 5-member board, or 6. I have the resolution I can share with you guys if you'd like.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Any other questions or comments, commissioners? Thank you, Mr. Carr.
Thank you very much.
We will now move on to agenda item number 4, the FY23 mid-year budget update. Ms. Stogwood. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Chair Chaparro and Commissioners. Today I will present the FY23 mid-year budget update. So this is our annual update that we provide to the board. Our fiscal year starts from July 1st. So as of December 31st, we will go over what we had budgeted for FY23 and how much has been spent, how much revenues have we earned compared to our budget as of mid-year. The first slide that we have has total revenues by type. This includes general fund as well as all restricted funding. As we can see, for gross receipt tax, we are at 62%. Our GRT has come in higher than budgeted as of mid-year. Property taxes are also at 65%, which we have collected in the first half of the fiscal year. Usually the collections are higher in the first 6 months. Fees and service charge, it's showing at 47%. This includes detention, care of prisoners, as well as utilities. So we were a month behind on billing. It also includes El Paso Electric franchise fee, which came in end of January, which was 1.9 million. So taking that into consideration, we were over 50%. Miscellaneous, the reason it's very high, it's at 120%, is because we received the LATCF, Local Assistance Tribal Consistency Fund. That was 4.7 million, which came in October. This was not budgeted at our FY23 budget. So that put us at 120%. Other taxes, we are also at 63%, which includes the flood tax, gas tax, and cannabis excise tax. Penalty and interest, we are at 37%. The reason is that we would continue, this would continue with our property tax process for late charges for wastewater and interest on delinquent taxes in the second half of the year. Investment income has been much higher than budgeted. We are at 154%, and we are expecting about 2.2 million more in this fiscal year for investment incomes. State distribution is also higher at 59%. This includes law enforcement protection, state fire distribution, and EMS distributions. For grants, these are awards which were budgeted as soon as they were received for the entire grant period, so they would be for 2 or 3 years grants. So right now we are at 23%, depending on where we are in the project. The fair value adjustment, it's showing a negative. The reason is that this is unrealized fair market value adjustment for accounting purposes. This is not an actual loss. By the time the investments mature, we would have recovered. So overall, we are at 47% at mid-year. If we take out grants and fair value adjustments, we would be at 63% of what we had budgeted at mid-year for our revenues. The next slide shows only the general fund revenues. So in general fund, property taxes and gross receipt tax have both been higher than budgeted at 65 and 61%. In miscellaneous, we are at 30% because it includes the PILT, a payment in lieu of taxes, which comes in June. We are expecting to receive 3.45 million. That would take us to 100% or more. For fees and service charge, we received the El Paso Electric franchise fee of 1.9 million end of January. Penalty and interest has been at 39%. It would continue with the property tax process. Investment income has been higher than what we had budgeted. We are already at 129% at mid-year. The grants in general fund includes the BLM grant. And as I had mentioned, the fair value adjustment is an accounting purpose adjustment of unrealized loss. It is not an actual loss. So in general funds, our revenue are at 57%. If we take out grants and fair value adjustment, we would have been at 60% of budget at mid-year. Next, we will look at all the expenses. This is total expenditures, including general fund and other restricted funding. Personnel costs, we have been at 46% at mid-year, and we have 27 pay periods which post in FY23. That's why it is slightly higher. Operating costs are at 37%. Usually, they are higher in the second half of the fiscal year as more expenses are incurred for supplies and equipment payments. Capital expenses are at 23% because several of the projects would be paid in the second half of the fiscal year. The larger projects are the fire excise tax project for 2.9 million, flood projects, roads initiative 2, DASO fleet purchases, and detention center projects. So as the projects get paid out, the expenditures would go up. Debt service, we are at 53%. The reason being that it depends on the loan obligation payment schedule. The grants, state distributions, we are at 31%. And for grants in expenditures, we are at 15%. Again, these are multi-year awards, and we would carry over the budget to the next fiscal year of what has not been used of the grant as of this year. Our next slide is expenditures for general fund. Again, personnel and operating costs have been under budget. They are at 45 and 40%. Capital expenditures are at 20% at mid-year because some of the projects would be paid out in the second half of the fiscal year. The items included here are the DASO crime scene unit for 668,000, facilities, district court expansion design, and other facilities project, Mesquite transfer station monitoring wells. The grants in general fund are the BLM illegal dumping grant. Now we move on to the expenditures for general fund departments. Most of them are under 50% at mid-year. For DASO, we are at 44%. Clerk, we are at 56%. The reason it was higher is because there were elections in the first half of the fiscal year. For the other departments, the commissioners, it is showing at 60%. The reason is the membership fees, which were paid out at the beginning of the year for Las Cruces Chamber of Commerce, District Transit, Association of Counties, and Council of Governments. Moving on to the administration, most of them are under 50%. All of them are. The county managers' funding also includes external fundings like MRFTA, Metro Narcotics, Animal Services Center, County Extension Office, Transit District, Film Las Cruces Downtown, and Hatch Library. Risk management is low at 15%. The reason is that the general liability and law enforcement premium were paid out in January. That was $3 million. That would have put them at 50%. And other than that, IT has seen salary savings. They are at 36%. Human resources, one of the largest operating items is retiree insurance premiums. At mid-year, they had incurred $305,000 out of $940 budgeted. Legal also has professional services budgeted, and the county auditor is exactly at 50%. So overall, in the administration, at mid-year, we were at 35% in expenditures, and in elected officials at 45%. We'll continue with other departments under general fund. Community development and animal control has seen savings from vacancies. They are at 32 and 33%. In public works, vector control and fairgrounds are higher than 50%. The reason is that for vector control, insecticides were purchased at the beginning of the fiscal year for $71,000. Fairgrounds had more building maintenance costs due to more events in the first half of the year. Utilities is at low 18% due to vacancies. Under public safety, fire, and OEM are at 43 and 39%. Moving on to a summary of general fund departments. So we can see for expenditures, all the combined summaries are below 50%. The non-department general fund budget is higher. The reason is that it includes the MOA with South Central Solid Waste Authority. We paid $1.5 million at the beginning of the fiscal year. It also includes the GRT admin fee, which we are required to record, and grants within general fund and environmental fund. These are the non-general fund departmental expenditures. Detention center is at 46%. They have experienced high level of overtime and incentive pay. Flood commission and utilities are both at much lower than 50%. The reason being that they both have about 20 million in grants each. So those are multi-year projects. So as their projects progress, their expenditures would be higher. For the other fire excise tax, they have budgeted $9.6 million in capital outlay for various items that they would be paying for as those projects progress. Health Care Assistance Fund, that includes the safety net care pool payments. The roads is at 43%. Fleet, the reason it is at 25% is we will see higher capital expenditures in the second half of the year for vehicle purchases. Once we receive the vehicles, then we pay for them. HHS, the reason it is at 52% is it includes the 1/16th GRT Medicaid intercept. Assessors is at 39%. In the second half of the year, they have the aerial photography project and their expenses might go up. Jetport is at 31%. They have vacancies, which resulted in savings in the first half of the fiscal year. This slide shows the big picture by fund type for the entire county. The first column shows the beginning cash balance. So we started our fiscal year with $183 million. During the year, our revenues were $122 million as of mid-year. Our expenditures were $99.2 million. And with our adjustments, the biggest adjustment is trust and agency fund. So these are funds which are collected and distributed on behalf of other organizations. So we are holding on to this funds to distribute. This gives our ending cash balance at $249.3 million, which is the highest that has ever been in the history. If we take out the trust and agency, as that would be paid out, we have an ending cash balance of $210 million. So please let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Jawed.
Madam Chair,
Commissioners? Yes,
I just
Mr.
want to encourage as robust a discussion as we can have. This budget is what you approved last May and July. So if there's any kind of issues, because we intend to have, we've had these discussions, to have a work session after the meeting, our next meeting. I believe the date's the 14th of
March.
March. Okay. But that is to discuss, to give the commission what it's been asking for, an early view of all of the requests that are coming in that will ultimately be approved by the commission and will become fiscal year 24's budget. But this is what exists now, what we're operating on now. So, please, there has been some discussion back and forth about the content and wanting to have a better understanding of this budget. Although we were here very recently with mid-year budget adjustments. Again, just so it's clear, these numbers reflect the mid-year, which is at the end of January, and doesn't reflect either income or expenditures that have occurred during the course of the last 45 days.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. And just to remind the commission, our meeting will be an all-day meeting on March the 14th. We will have a regular meeting in the morning and then go directly into a work session to have a work session on the budget itself. So if we can save questions for this coming fiscal year's budget at that point, I would encourage us to do that. Do any of the commissioners have any questions on the presentation by Ms. Starwood?
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Sanchez.
And I guess more not to Ms. Starwood, but to Mr. Macias, whatever has happened with the funds from the governor's office or the state for La Union, have we made any progress on those funds?
Yes, in fact, the commitment is that whoever had those expenditures under the emergency order, which means not just Doña Ana County, but other counties as well, that the intent, and this is what was communicated to us by Homeland Security and the governor's office, is that the governor was going to ask for the legislature to authorize expenditures out of the capital funds that they have for reimbursement to the counties. So I believe that, again, there is a good faith intent to reimburse us the approximately $500,000 that the county expended as a result of the flooding that occurred.
And I know, I guess this could be either Ms. Dawood or Mr. Macias. Because we've obviously already incurred those expenditures, would it just be aligned, if we were to get those funds, would they just come across as a revenue without any expense? Is that the intent, since we've already incurred much of those expenses?
It would be just, the amount would reflect the request that the county has made for reimbursement.
And is that request part of this budget?
It will be, the expenditures, let me see what was actually in last year's budget. So they're not here, the expenditures aren't here in this budget, and the reimbursement, if it doesn't occur until, as a result of capital, then we probably won't receive the reimbursement until fiscal year 24 or after the 1st of July.
Okay.
So I don't think it will affect these numbers in any way, other than it will be, we anticipate that it'll be forthcoming.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Macias. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Any other comments or questions, commissioners? Hearing none, thank you. We'll move forward to the consent agenda. May I have a motion to approve consent agenda items 5 through 16?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a request that we pull item number 9 for discussion.
Thank you. Any other items that any commissioner would like to pull from agenda items 5 through 16?
Madam Chair, 13 and 15, I just have a couple easy questions.
I'm sorry, you said 13 and what?
15.
15, thank you.
Also, item number 5.
And number 5. All right, may I have a motion to approve agenda items 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 14, and 16?
So
I'll second.
The motion is made by Commissioner Murillo. The motion is seconded by Commissioner Sanchez, and we will move on to discussion on number 5.
Madam Chair, I think we'll ask
You're
for a
right.
roll call.
Vote, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. I need a roll call vote on that, thank you.
Commissioner Murillo,
yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes, sorry, thought I heard Ellen's, I apologize.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez,
Yes.
and Chair Chaparro.
Yes, and I apologize for my eagerness to get through the agenda, Commissioners. So, and the motion carries unanimously 5-0 to approve agenda items 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 14, and 16. And now we will move on to discussion on agenda item number 5. Commissioner Murillo.
Yes, I just had a question on these vehicles, for the law enforcement to Rio Arriba County Sheriff's Department. Where is it?
Is there a representative from the Sheriff's Department here to answer
No, I don't think so.
the question?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
If I could hear the question again, we might be able to respond.
I just wanted to know, like, on the high mileage, what is the high mileage on these vehicles?
Oh, we certainly can respond to that. Let me ask our fleet manager to see
Yes.
if he is aware.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here.
I'm Gabe Silva, the fleet manager for Doña Ana County. The vehicles they were set for replacement. They do meet the replacement criteria. They were set for auction, and then they were set aside for the donation. That is my part.
Okay. I just thought, being that they're going to be donated and stuff, I mean, if they're going to be drivable and I mean, just the
They
risk.
meet the criteria. They're in running condition. I believe the persons that are going to receive them know that they're not brand new. They're not. They
Yeah.
have issues.
Okay.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I don't know that we can immediately give the mileage, but there is normally a standard mileage that has to be exceeded before we
Yeah,
retire. the
there's
vehicle.
mileage and also the year of the vehicle.
Oh, I see.
The mileage we were looking at for the sheriff's units was 125,000 minimal, and then year-wise, I believe it's 7 years.
7 years.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Does that answer your question, Commissioner?
Yes.
Any other questions on agenda item number 5, please?
Thank you.
I'll move approval of agenda item number 5.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Sanchez to approve agenda item number 5. The motion is seconded by Vice Chair Sheldo Hernandez. May I have a roll call vote on that, please?
Commissioner Murillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Shelter Hernandez,
Yes.
and Chair Chaparro.
Yes, and I noticed that the sheriff has walked in. And Sheriff, the question that was posed by Commissioner Murillo was the mileage on the vehicles. And so, is there anything you'd like to add regarding that? Thank you. All right, we'll move on to agenda item number 9, to use the GSA contract with Lido's Digital Group, Inc. for intranet quorum customer relationship management CRM system in the amount of $107,695.32. And was it you, Commissioner Sanchez, that asked that to be pulled? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Morning, Ms. Reed. I think it's
Good morning.
we're getting still
It's been
good
a
morning
while
here.
since I've been in front of the board.
We just had a couple of questions. I know we've used the CARF, and I know this is going to be hopefully a step up. I just had a few questions in terms of what the capabilities of this new system will be. I wanted to understand, will this give us the ability to track either location, department, who's responsible for answering, the type of issue that a constituent may be seeing, et cetera? And the reason where I'm going with it is I know, I mean, you and Susie have done an amazing job managing with the CARFs. But with this, if we're going to make an investment, as we've done is with software, I would like to ensure that this is going to give us abilities in which we can slice and dice the data, see it, better manage it, possibly even look at our performance in responding.
The answer is yes. The system will provide letter and email templates, which we're very excited about. It also provides maps, so it will be able to map complaints and that could help departments with the course that they do, but could also help commissioners in regards to do more focused outreach, if that's something the commissioners want to do. I'm sure it is. Based on my conversations with you, it will be able to run reports. The current system, CARF, which was internally created by IT staff more than 15 years ago, does not have that ability. Poor Susie is in there like at the end year trying to come up with data with her ruler and a printout and just trying to figure things out. Poor Susie, she's been doing a great job the last 7+ years. So all the county departments, I can tell you, are very excited that the county is making this investment. When I started with the county, some departments had special acronyms for CARF, which I will not say. So this system will definitely provide the county more functionality, more reporting ability, has the capacity of managing a lot more data. I'm talking to the governor's office because they've been using this system since like 2004. During the pandemic, they saw their caseload go from 15,000 to 30,000, and the system held up fine. There are times that CARF will lose our case notes, and Susie and I and county staff, we spend a lot of time documenting things, so when CARF loses our notes, we're not very happy. So from my conversations with current government customers, none of them ever reported that their notes are lost forever. So we're very excited that the county is going to make this investment.
Yeah, great, thank you, Ms. Reed. And I just more of a comment, I guess, comment for the county manager, sir. I think once we get this implemented, I would love to see how we can work on managing metrics, possibly on, trying to see, are we seeing repeat issues? How quickly are different departments responding so that we can make sure we're meeting a certain goal and responding to our constituents. As I know this is kind of up the road, but I think that's where I would love to see kind of like data. I love seeing data, and data helps drive, using this data to help drive what we do in operations. So that way, hopefully our constituents will feel these improvements as we go forward. So I'm excited. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure, like I said, we've done, I think the commission has been, we're seeing a lot of these big investments on enterprise software, and this is not, no different. So I'm excited to see that we'll have some new capabilities.
I'd like to thank County IT because they've been on this journey with us, and I know Efron and Felipe are very excited of this move, and I'd like to thank the county manager and assistant county manager for their support and pushing this matter forward, and of course to the board for approving the funding.
Thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Reed? Any comments? Ms. Reed, thank you so much. We're really excited about this as well because it will allow us to be more responsive to our constituents.
Well,
thank you.
We'll update you once we get this thing implemented.
So when do you anticipate this coming?
So once
live?
the contract is signed by the county manager, we'll have a kickoff meeting with the vendor, and then if I recall, it takes 45 to 60 days to be implemented. So it'll be done this fiscal year, and we'll have additional training for county staff through next fiscal year too.
Thank goodness.
Please include the commission on that training, because I
Yes.
think we're very excited not to be inundated with emails all the time on trying to follow trends. So I think this is really exciting for us as well.
Right.
Anything else? Thank you, commissioners. May I have a motion on agenda item 9?
I'll move approval.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Sanchez. I heard a second by Vice Chair Commissioner Sheldon Hernandez. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Murillo?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Sheldon Hernandez?
Yes.
And Chair Chaparro?
Yes, and thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. We're moving on now to agenda item number 13, the budget revision resolution for the Asset Management Program grant in the amount of $40,087.29 from the North American Development Bank. Commissioner Reynolds, you had questions on this?
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple of questions. The first thing is, we didn't use the money to the $16,000 by June 30th of 2022. We got an extension on that, and that's all good. And we've added another $26,000. If I'm reading this correctly, and I want to clarify that, it looks like the balance of the $40,000, well, two things. One, has to be used in 31 days, spent in 31 days. And secondly, it looks like we're actually have a contract with Wilson and Company to take the $40,000 and deliver an assessment for the department. Is that what I'm reading?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Reynolds, yes, sir, that is what you're reading. They have been working on it, and so this is the second half that they're working on. So they do anticipate finishing it by March 31st and it getting paid out.
Well, and that's my real question is, even though we have a contract for them, I think the work has to be finished before we can spend the money, and we have to actually spend the money by the 31st of March, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, and it will.
Okay.
We'll have a product before we pay anything.
Now, I'm hoping that this will actually create a report that we can use, because I know that all over the county, utilities and utilities billing from the county has been a problem. So hopefully this will identify the problem. Will it also fix the problem, or just identify the problem and the solution? Which one?
Yes, sir, it sure will. And part of their contract was to contact other local utilities and have a conversation with them on taking over everything.
Okay, is this also going to tell us whether we should be consolidating and expanding our utility program, or making it less? Do you have anything coming out of that from them?
I believe not, sir.
Okay. All right, thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Any other questions or comments for Mr. Zambrano? Good morning, Mr. Zambrano. Don't leave just yet. We might have another question for you. Any other questions or comments, commissioners? Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Zambrano, for being here this morning. Appreciate it. We'll move on now to agenda item number 15.
Can I make a motion that we
Oh,
approve
that's
this
right.
item?
Thank you so much. I'd like a motion.
I'll second.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Was that a motion?
I make a motion, we approve item 13, budget revision resolution for assessment.
I have a motion by Commissioner Reynolds, and I have a second by Commissioner Sanchez. I'd like a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Murillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Shalja Hernandez,
Yes.
and Chair Chaparro.
Yes, a motion carries 5-0 unanimously. We will now move on to agenda item number 15, accept a 2022 sub-grant agreement in the amount of $520,000 from the New Mexico Department of Human Homeland Security and Emergency Management for training and equipment along the budget revision and resolution. And Commissioner Reynolds, you wanted that pulled?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. That was a mouthful, wasn't it? Looking at this first segment where it's describing everything, it says we'll procure explosive detection K9 equipment and training for the New Mexico State University, interoperability communication radios, 50 of them, and for the Office of Emergency Management, which will be distributed to New Mexico State PD radios. So why are we buying radios from New Mexico State?
Commissioner Chaparro, or Chair Chaparro, Commissioner Reynolds, the State Homeland Security Grant Program is allocated to the counties by the state as the fiscal agent for all of the public safety agencies within that county. So we are actually serving as the fiscal agent, and this has been the practice now for coming up on 20 years with this particular grant program. So we actually, the process is we collect in the requests from the various agencies that qualify for this program. We submit them to the state, and the state makes a decision on which ones they're going to fund. In this case, they decided they're going to fund 3 things for us in this county. One is a replacement explosive detection dog. That is, right now, New Mexico State University is the only explosive detection canine program in this region, and they support all of us. The second is 50 radios, 10 of which go to NMSU Police Department, 20 of which go to the County Fire Department, and 20 of which go to the Sunland Park Fire Department. And then the last one is the hazardous materials and explosives detection equipment, which goes to the County Fire Department. So those are the 3 different projects that make this up. So you can see we actually spread it out based on what DHSCM actually authorized.
Okay, well, that was the two questions I was concerned about is the Homeland Security providing the equipment, and if we were obligated to do anything for them because of it. And secondly was why we're buying equipment for everyone else in the county. Thank you. I think you've answered that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Any other questions or comments by fellow commissioners? Hearing none. Thank you so much, Mr. Lopez.
Thank you very
And
much.
we're going to bring you up again, I'm sure, in just a second.
See you in a little bit.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move approval of agenda item number 15.
Second.
I have a motion to approve agenda item number 15 by Commissioner Sanchez, a second by Vice Chair Shelby Hernandez. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Murillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Sheljo Hernandez,
Yes.
and Chair Chaparro.
Yes, and I'm going to wait for the resolution numbers this time, Amanda.
Thank you. Item number 5, resolution number is 2023-28. Item number 6, 2023-24. Item number 8, 2023-25. Item number 13, 2023-29. Item number 14, 2023-26. Item number 15, 2023-30. And item number 16, 2023-27.
Thank you, Amanda. All right, we'll move on to agenda item number 17, resolution and presentation of the Doña Ana County audit report for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2022. And we're missing Farley Benner. Oh.
Yeah.
You're on mute.
Farley, if you can hear, you're on mute. We can't hear you.
You're still on mute.
Or it looks like he's unmuted on the WebEx.
We're still unable to hear you.
I believe it's on, is it on the WebEx mute on bottom left?
No, it's not muted.
It says mute. Nope, down.
On the bottom. Yeah,
Right there, yep.
Is it just not feeding into our speakers here?
One,
Oh, there we go.
you can hear me?
Yep.
We're able to
Oh,
hear
great.
you now, yes.
Sorry about that.
Thank
I
you.
had to select several choices there. I will share the screen and thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I can go ahead and present the results of the 2022 audit. I will just get going with that. So my name is Farley Benner with Hinkle Landers, and our firm, as you know, performs the annual audit. And moving through our pages here just to make sure that we communicate all the things that are necessary. Talking about the scope of the work, what kind of audit we do, we prepare a financial statement audit, and in addition, we also perform a audit of the federal dollars under uniform guidance. And in addition to these two opinions that we give out, we also are required to test for state audit rule compliance. So those three things, and in addition to that, we perform what's called non-attest work when we put together the note disclosures and the financial statements, which we do for all of our audits. That's apart from those opinions and is classified as non-audit or non-attest work. So all this information is for the purpose of giving good fiduciary information to commissioners, other elected officials, management, and the public can see it now that it's been uploaded to the Office of the State Auditor's website. A few key communications that we have previously communicated, but for this public presentation, we'll go through that. The accounting practices year over year are consistent with some changes. So GASB 87, which was the capitalization of leases, was implemented this year. And then there was some new formatting and presentation of the opinion letters due to new auditing standards. Adjusting journal entries, adjustments that we proposed during the audit, we had 2 adjustments there. A few adjustments you, the client, or gives to us while the audit is ongoing, so a few of those. And then there's a different presentation, so a full accrual, we call it government-wide presentation. There's adjustments that we need, which are only needed for this presentation of this audit. And just kind of moving through, there was no other issues or things. These are key items to communicate. No disagreements. No, the county had no consultation with other accountants about any issue that came up. No key items about before we started the audit, and no difficulties performing the audit. Estimates, all financial statements of organization the size of the county have estimates, and so areas that are where estimates are involved are in the retirement era numbers and OPEB, retired health care, for your retired health care. And then leases have factors that require estimates. You have pollution remediation, numbers are based on estimates, and then depreciation and amortization expense. Areas that we would highlight in the financial statements is that new implementation of GASB 87, the lease receivables, and there's something called deferred inflows where the amounts are deferred as revenue, and then lease liabilities for leases that the county pays. You make payments because you're leasing assets, or right to use assets as we call them, and then the pollution remediation note disclosures. Those are the highlights that we would just bring to your attention. And here are the results of the audit. So the financial statements, it's an unmodified or clean opinion. So in other words, we believe those numbers that we are presenting are materially correct. And then federal awards, we give an opinion on, is the county in compliance with the administration of the expenditure of those dollars, and that's unmodified clean as well. And here we list the federal programs that we did select for audit. And it's no surprise these are big dollar amounts. They were both COVID-related grants. So those 2 grants were selected and tested. There's a question here that's in the report. Does the auditee qualify as a low-risk auditee? And yes, and that impacts just how we test the percentage of expenditures that we test for of the federal dollars. Findings. So last year there was a finding related to COVID. It was the first year of the implementation of these emergency rental assistance. So there was one comment there, and that comment did not repeat. It has been resolved. So there was no findings to present this year. So very clean for the county this year. And then moving on, we have some trends to look at. So it just gives you a good look at the balance sheet of the county at full accrual, adding up everything, property, equipment, participation in the pension plans, and everything. So the assets that are showing at $433 million, liabilities at $209 million. And so the equity, the difference between those 2 numbers is at $224 million. And you can see how those trend year over year. A little bit of detail on the assets. So we see the largest asset, no surprise, is the property and equipment or capital assets at $203 million. Investments, you see that number has risen quite a bit recently. And then those are the largest numbers. And then you can just see receivables and cash and other numbers. And then at the very bottom, we show subtotals with the deferred outflows and without. And the reason why we do that is those deferred outflows are affected. Those are things that are not everyday transactions for the county. So it's nice to see it without. It's related to the pension liabilities and the OPEB liabilities and also the lease receivable outflows. Liability side. So we see the largest liability is the net pension liability related to participants in the retirement plan. We do see how they fluctuate quite a bit, so much lower based on estimates and the way the contributions have been basically adjusted and things like that. So that number is quite a bit lower than several prior years. The unearned revenue, and that has to do with some capital advances. A great deal that's related to the COVID grants. You see that number is much larger the last 2 years than the earlier years that we're presenting here. So those are our main liabilities. You can just see how they trend year over year. The equity, we see the capital assets, and that's the amount of capital assets or property equipment that the county owns, subtracting out the amount that's been financed by debt. So that's showing at $181 million. And then we see the restricted funds. So those are sitting in special revenue funds or other funds that are restricted for a certain purpose. And then you see that deficit for unrestricted. And the reason why you have a deficit is those unfunded pension and OPEB liabilities. So at the very bottom, we do show the subtotals without the pension liabilities and the OPEB and so forth. So the county has a positive almost $50 million when you remove those unfunded liabilities. Change in net position, like a profit and loss statement. So we see the revenues and expenses and a positive change in net position at $7.5 million this year. Page 10 here is just a little bit of detail of type of revenue. So the program revenues, operating grants, you see much larger than in prior years. And charges for services at the governmental funds are up as well. And so those are your largest changes. And general revenues, where we show GRT at 70 million, so a big bump there in comparison to prior years. Property taxes pretty consistent, a little bit higher. And so those are your biggest changes in the general revenues. Expenses, and we show this by function, public safety, general government, public works, etc. And you can just see where the expenses have been posted or recorded. And then we just have an easy infographic here on where was the money spent. So percentage-wise, general government, public safety, and you have it. We can show that in comparison to the prior year. We do talk about new standards are coming all the time, so there will be some new standards that the county will need to consider. The conduit debt obligation standard, the public-public and public-private partnerships will be another standard that will need to be considered for financial presentation and disclosure. And then the subscription IT arrangements, which will capitalize certain IT agreements if they meet the criteria. So those are the main standards that are coming out next year. And that is our presentation. I didn't know if I could stand here for any questions or discussion.
Thank you very much. Any questions from fellow commissioners? None? Hearing none? May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Sanchez, a second by Commissioner Reynolds. May I please have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Murillo, Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez, Vice Chair Chaljo Hernandez,
Yes.
and Chair Chaparro.
Yes, motion carries unanimously 5-0. Thank you so much. Farley, have a good day.
This item, I'm sorry,
Go ahead.
has a resolution number. It's 2023-31.
Thank you, Amanda. We now move on to agenda number 18, resolution to approve the site selection for the Bureau of Elections new warehouse. And before we discuss, may I have a motion, please?
I'll move.
Second.
All right.
I'll move approval.
What is that, you, Commissioner?
I'll make a motion for approval of agenda item number 18.
I have a motion by Commissioner Sanchez, and I heard a second by Commissioner Reynolds. Good morning, Dr. Huskin.
Hello, good afternoon, Commission. It
good
is.
afternoon. Thank you.
Amanda
bring
Lopez Askin,
cookies?
Doñana County Clerk. It's good to see you all. I wanted to introduce those who have patiently waited with me, and so we're happy to be here too. This is, in a way, our own celebration. This is Jason Clark. He is the president of Studio D Architects and worked with us closely and was very responsive. And so he's here to answer maybe some more of the technical questions, and as well as, of course, you know, Caroline Zamora, she's not as new anymore, but still our relatively new chief deputy, also assisted. So this project has been, it was like a twinkle in my eye 4 years ago. When I first arrived, and I was frankly appointed, I noticed there was some capacity issues at the warehouse that we were renting. I soon learned that we had been renting that warehouse for many, many years, and it was, to me, cost prohibitive, but we needed it. So we continued to rent it, and through the election process and after about a couple of years, I would say after 2020, we really started to look seriously at how we could improve not just the day-to-day functioning of the election process, but also recognizing that elections are very high profile. They have become much more high profile, I should say. And with that, we have many challengers, watchers, observers, individuals from our community that want to observe the absentee process, the certification of machines, et cetera. We welcome that. As I always say, the more eyes on the election, the better. So some of the challenges that we have in the warehouse were specifically some of those items connected to the community coming through and observing. The makeup of the warehouse was not ideal for those purposes. Additionally, it's approximately expanded, and we actually the owner of the building was very accommodating and allowed us to rent an additional space. Of course, which costs us more money. So looking at approximately, I believe, $8,000 a month for many, many years, I really believe that we needed our own warehouse, that we should invest in ourselves, and is something that we could create that would serve our needs versus, you know, we're again grateful for the warehouse and the property that we were using, but we knew that we could improve it. And so having, I did speak with Mr. Macias. We looked at some areas or some buildings in the county. They did not seem to be they didn't work for us. They were frankly too small. I would have liked to have 20,000 square feet, but we needed at least another 5,000. We currently rent 10,000 square feet. So I was hoping to double the space. We kind of came to a bit of a compromise with these final plans where I believe it's approximately 18,000. So it's almost 19,000, and that actually may have to do with, and you are more than able to obviously ask for Jason, because of there was such a high price on supplies, a year ago, and so this has created them. So I suspect that may have increased our ability to have that square footage, keeping the price. So having told that story, I'll move on to the next one, where I contacted Jason. He worked very closely with us and frankly on a very close timeline. Prior to that, I advocated for and was able to get us on our ICIP list. And we were down at the bottom, but despite that, in the next legislative session, I was able to secure $1.7 million in funding, which frankly was hard, but worth it, because it was really great to come back and say that the relationships that we've built with our legislators that believe in elections, believe that we should have a new building to serve our community. It was very well supported. And nobody was more surprised than me or pleased than me than when we were able to basically secure that funding. I'm still continually working and frankly have been in Santa Fe almost every single week since the beginning of the year to continue to talk to our legislators. And it's a nonpartisan issue. Elections are something that everybody wants to be fair, free, transparent, and all of the legislators that I've spoken with have been very supportive. I do not know how much funding we will get additionally. I do know that we need a little less than $4 million at this point. We need it. Now it's a little less than $2 million. So that is the hope, and we'll see what the legislative session brings. They were very generous last year. So moving forward, we started looking at where are the sites. We contacted a real estate agent that was recommended by administration, I believe, and worked, looking at some properties. We really wanted something close to Doña County because of things that happen on election night. As you all are very aware, we have returns coming in. We can't really have something that's 5 miles away, 10 miles away. I ideally wanted something that was within a mile. Our warehouse currently is off of Lakeside, and it's about 1.5 miles. It's kind of on a, not ideal in the terms that you have to kind of turn left, go down, so we wanted something a little that had easier access. So we did find something that was adjacent to what was previously known as Burn Lake. Was a couple of acres. We knew that we, based on discussions we had with Mr. Clark, the 2 acres was going to be something that we needed. And it seemed like that one could work, right? We also looked at the property across the street off of Motel Boulevard. Subsequently, as you'll see, that was too small. And then we were informed that there was some property available that the sheriff was utilizing. So I sat down with the sheriff and just kind of explained, this is the situation, this is what we need. We need at least this amount of property. I know this is being utilized. And I don't know if she's here, but her perspective was that she was very supportive, but also that the property that was included the, I believe, cars and some other items was being underutilized, and that she was going to support us identifying that as a prospective property. So having said that, which I may have just given the whole presentation, let's go through the actual contents. So here is the executive summary. I'm not going to go too much into the weeds, but we did contact Studio D Architects. They did assist us in an amazing way, and I'm very happy with their services, and I'm glad that Doña County utilizes them. And they were able to evaluate based on the criteria, which is how close we were to Doña County, the cost, how could it support what we have going on and potential for growth, the ease of access, the security, the parking for the public and employees, and again, the potential expansion. So at that point, the evaluation of the pros and cons of each site and made the recommendation. So I am going to go ahead and start this off. So as we are sitting here, the proximity of the Site 1 is, it's adjacent basically to the government building. It is directly, I think, west of MIRVDA, and ideal in a lot of ways. As you can imagine, the proximity is the number one thing, but there's also already a fence there. There's already security there. To be next to MIRVDA can only increase our security with the units back and forth, the continual law enforcement activity, and we welcome that. So the cost of the property is currently owned by Doña County, and again, the sheriff has utilized it. And the questions come up, can it support what we want? Yes. How difficult would it be to develop? And it's relatively, should be straightforward. And it is already in a developed area. There's existing perimeter security fence, and it can support the parking that we have requested. We did probably overshoot in the parking in some of the areas, but only because we are preparing for the expansion, if that were to come to pass.
Madam Chair, is that the location where they have those vehicles that they auction? Is that correct?
Correct. I didn't know that that existed, so I'm impressed that you do. Again, it's a little less than 1.8 acres. It has the existing rock wall. It will be able to, manage the nearly 19,000 square feet, and the loading and unloading areas can be provided. Now, keep in mind, every election we unload and load, and again, and I know you all have probably heard me say this before, but elections, there's no break in elections. We have an election every November like clockwork because of the local election that we now facilitate. But additionally, of course, we have the primary and even-numbered years. So we're always preparing for an election and always moving our machines in and out. So the loading and unloading areas are really helpful for our staff and keep them safer, quite frankly, with all of the unloading and loading that they do. So the second site was the area that I spoke about off of Pioneer Court, which is off of Amador, and that is, again, adjacent to Burn Lake. And I'm an old Las Crucian, so I know that reference. So if you don't, it is off of Amador. 2 miles away, which frankly was as far as we wanted to go. And if you can imagine, if we're, as you have the circle around Doñana County, that mileage is not very, we really were limited in terms of like the properties that we thought would be acceptable. I won't go into these. You have them in front of you in terms of the details. The cost was nearly $400,000, and it could support what we wanted, but it would be more difficult to develop, and it is in a flood zone. Yeah, ease of access, it's located off of already existing, but the proximity to the government building is not ideal. The site would need a new perimeter fence, but could support the parking, and it would support future expansion. And again, I mentioned the flood zone, which was at that point something that raised our concerns. And the site was 2.91. They did talk about being able to divide it into the two, but. And so the third one was across the street again, and it was $4.25 per square foot. It would fit, but it would have been very tight. The ease of access would be good, but it would not support the parking we needed. We would need new security fencing. And there it is. And again, it was the 1 acre, so it was too small. And it really didn't meet overall our requirements. So here the conclusion is, I know you all can read as well as I can, but ultimately we believe, based on the totality of information we have, and as well mainly the proximity, security, and the cost, that Site 1 would be ideal for our warehouse. And so I'm here today to, as well as Jason, is to answer any questions you may have. Again, I think this is a really great thing. I know clerks across the state have tried to do this, and I, knock on wood, this is going to be successful for our county. Our county continues to be under the microscope connected to elections. To be able to offer our voters and our community this would be exceptional, and I would appreciate your support.
Thank you, Dr. Hoskin. Any comments or questions, commissioners?
Yes, ma'am.
Whoa, okay.
Commissioner Murillo.
Should I sit, or do we need Jason here?
How many spaces do you need for your location? Parking spaces?
So we were shooting for 70 to 80. And so the sheriff and I did speak. There may be times when she does need to hold some of the evidence, I guess, connected to vehicles, and there would be ample space to support that if necessary as well. But we identified about 80 spaces. Again, we did kind of go big, but if we think about all of the election officials that work elections, all of our employees, right, all of our staff, all of the community members and public that come, we could look at sometimes 50, 60 people during an election. So that's really kind of the time we focused on to maximize those parking spaces, so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Murillo. Vice Chair Sheldon Hernandez?
Yes, thank you. As someone that has, was a part of the historic 2018 debacle of our wonderful election, I definitely know that this is needed, right? It is something that it was way too small in 2018 to get all those people in there. There was press. I think I was parking, probably about 2 blocks down the road, trying to walk there and get stuff done as well. So I definitely see the need. The only question I have is with Site 1. It is owned by Doña Ana County at the moment.
Correct.
In your proposed budget for this project, will that lower the cost of your project?
So the cost of the project was approximately $4 million. We secured again 1.7, which left us 2.3. And at that point, we were still believed that Site 2 was going to be the most appropriate property. So we could do basically, about 2 million, a little less than 2 million. So 400,000, it would reduce that 2.3 million.
And you said so your first choice is the Site 1, correct?
Correct. Initially, we created the budget based on Site 2, expecting we were going to have to purchase property. My apologies if I was confusing.
And will there be any walkway between to get there from the county building without going down Motel Road?
That is something that is to be determined.
Okay.
I would love a great catwalk in the sky. I don't think that's going to happen, but I think that's something that we will address. I don't believe our staff will be going back and forth to our office very often, but we would need to, of course, make sure that if and when they do, that they would have a safe path.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
And facilities has been wonderful and helpful in everything we do, so I don't doubt that we can work those out.
This is exciting. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Sheldon Hernandez, Commissioner Sanchez? No, Commissioner Reynolds?
Only one comment. There is a walkway between here and Mervda, and I think when you build your building, if you just kind of bust the gate off that parking lot there, you'll be able to walk over there from this building rather quickly. So I think it's easy without having to go to Motel Boulevard. There's also the road that goes up by Mervda. You can walk right across the parking lot there, right across the Mervda parking lot, right down the sidewalk, around the other side of the building. Worst case. Best case, you provide an entrance on the south side as well.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Anything else?
Is this requiring a motion to accept one of the sites, or?
There's a resolution associated with it, so yes. But may I ask just a quick question? I didn't have a chance to ask the clerk. I'm glad that she was able to have discussions with the sheriff in terms of the utilization of the property. But is it a joint use, or is now the sheriff going to want the county to purchase another piece of property in order to move whatever's there on that site? I wasn't clear on those comments because, again, it's a great opportunity to save money in terms of this particular project. And if some of those vehicles can still be parked there, well, it's kind of a joint use. But in order to vacate that premises from the utilization of the sheriff, and then a request will come forward to the commission to acquire other property to situate whatever was situated there by the sheriff, well, then you have that cost. And it's not clear to me if it's a joint use or are we just moving something there and then we have to take what's there and move it somewhere else and figure that one out. Because it's the kind of situation that I'd prefer the commission to address or resolve.
Mr. Macias, Madam Chair, so when I was given information initially about the property, I was told that there was 3.88 acres available. You could probably speak with our architect, but subsequently.
And if we could go back to that site, because obviously the picture of the site shows the current, I don't know if it's a current utilization, but does show kind of the vehicles and equipment. And I know that in prior discussions, it was suggested to me that it was really necessary in order to store whatever the sheriff normally would store there. And you can see that there's those vehicles or lines of vehicles. I don't know if they still exist or not. The fence is too hard to see over. But again, the question becomes, are we switching the utilization? I think that the commission should know that prior to being asked to purchase another lot.
So Mr. Clark can't necessarily answer that specific question. So again, Madam Chair, Mr. Macias, Commissioners, when I initially received the information about the property, I was told it was a little less than 4 acres. I was told the property was a little bit less than 4 acres. It sounded perfect. I spoke with the sheriff. She was supportive and agreed that it would be a great idea and she would support it. And that the remainder of the property, the less than 2 acres, that she would be able to utilize that. Subsequently, it was, I spoke with Jason and he kept trying to, and you can probably, this is a story.
Mr. Macias, Madam Chair and Commissioners. So the 3.88 acres, I believe, was the entire property when MRVDA was put on a piece of property, and then they didn't utilize the entire piece, and so they carved out the small 1.77 acres on the west side of the property. So that was what we looked at when we looked at the availability of the site and could it support the program that was developed. We changed the floor plan around a little bit to fit the proportions of the site a little bit better, and then it worked out great. So as far as the original 3.88, I believe that was the entire property that included the MRVDA piece.
Oh, I see. And again, the only question I'm raising again, because when you see the vehicle parking,
There's 50 vehicles I counted, approximately.
and it does say there at the bottom, number 8, site does not support future expansion. This issue could be resolved in planning the future building.
Correct.
That suggests to me that it's a smaller piece, and the question becomes, can it handle joint use by the clerk's office and the sheriff's office? Or are we basically then the entire acreage is being used for the clerk's purpose, and the commission will be asked to come up with other property to accommodate its current use? I just don't know the answer, but I think it's something that the commission should be aware of.
Mr. Macias, Madam Chair and Commission, I think that one of the things that we could look at, so when we were approached to look at this site, we did not have a joint use idea in our mind. That's not how we were looking at it. As we talked about earlier, the site right now is supporting 79 parking spaces. Obviously, those parking spaces, that amount is kind of a special use situation, election day mostly. There's not that many employees that are over there on a daily basis. I think that one of the things we could look at is if it does come back that this site does need to be some sort of joint use situation, we could look at how we could support a secure yard for the sheriff and still allow the circulation and the loading and unloading that's required. Obviously, accommodating 50 cars would not be possible, but I'm not sure, when I walked through the site the other day to take some measurements, those kind of things, I'm not sure how many of those vehicles are just there because they can be versus how many of those vehicles are there because they need to be. So that might be another conversation that needs to be had.
So I have a question before I forget. So the vehicles that the sheriff has at that location, why are they there?
Madam Chair.
Able to, yeah.
Well, because I had gone there a while back and stuff, but they usually impound vehicles, that impounded by offenders, and they take them there, and I've known that they have them there, and then they've done auctions where I guess the offenders cannot be able to have access to their vehicles, and they auction them off, and so they're parked there.
Madam Chair, Commission, so my understanding, after having several conversations with the sheriff, is that almost all of the current vehicles that are on site, and here she is, are unnecessarily there. They need to be disposed of. They are something that there's no path for the sheriff's office at that point to move them forward, whether it be evidence, et cetera. And so the amount of space that would be utilized by anything would be less than that. I'm happier
Sure,
to
if the
stand aside if the sheriff would like to discuss. Sheriff, I'm not sure if you watched but basically the question has become, is it going to be joint use or is it going to be sole use of the clerks? I said, you and I have. Joint use. We're happy to support, there's the spaces there. There's almost 80 parking spaces, so I don't think that's the question. Another thing that, I did speak with Nelson about this connected to the MRVDA, and I don't know if that's something that in the future would be something, because my understanding is they'd lease the property from us, is that correct?
No, Madam Chair, Commissioners, the county owns the property that the MRVDA building is on. We own the MRVDA building. That is part of the agreement with the JPA. There has been discussions in the past about whether or not the county wanted to convey it to MRVDA, which is a separate governmental entity. But as it stands, and that there's been talk of that. But as it stands right now, the MRVDA building and the property that it's on is owned by the county, and that is set up through the JPA with MRVDA.
And Madam Chair, Commissioner, I will say that when the records were pulled from the assessor's office, it showed the full property still is intact. It did not show the separation. It did not show that there was a reduction of the site. So we found this out along the way and late in the process. So I think we're kind of doing the best we can with the property that frankly is ideal. And the sheriff and I are more than willing to work together to make sure both of our needs are taken care of. So that is the goal. And I believe.
Thank you.
wanna
I
comment
have a
on
question. This is for you, Sheriff. Good afternoon. How are you? When we were shown the site, I counted approximately 50 vehicles there. So an idea of how much room you need. If it's going to be a joint use, how much room will you need from this parking area?
25 spaces. Madam Chair, Commissioners, it's a junk site. It's a junk site. There's a washing machine thrown out there. Nobody has been out there. It's unsecured. Every tow truck driver in the county has a key until 2 weeks ago when we secured it. There are cases that have never gone to trial because of the appellate system. And there are hulls and shells of burned out vehicles sitting there. There are 2 trailers out there that should have been removed when I first got into office. And we had completed the paperwork, and they're still there. The units that are there now, ma'am, those should be at auction. The County of Doña Ana should be running routine auctions, hence giving away 5 vehicles this morning to Rio Arriba County to move them out. Storing property should not be our business. So the clerk and I have a very good relationship. And in fact, we've worked on this together. I need 25 spaces max. And you know what that'll do? That'll mean that when they come in for a VIN inspection, they're going to go out within a day. They're not going to sit there for 10 years waiting for a VIN inspection. So it helps me enormously to keep my staff on target. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to the question, Sheriff. I appreciate it. All right, so
Madam
then,
Chair.
if I may, then from what I'm understanding, this property will be a joint use venture between the county clerk and the county sheriff, where the sheriff will have approximate use of 25 parking areas. And since this warehouse at its full capacity will probably be used once a year, is that correct, Dr. Askin? At full capacity? Well, actually twice a year on primary and general elections, so twice a year. So that really frees up, in my opinion, a lot of space for the sheriff to have her vehicles there, whatever she needs stored there.
Madam Chair, Commission, it also create a space with a lot of accountability in terms of the staff will be there day in, day out. It's going to be paved. It will be basically ideal in all of those ways. And we're happy to support the sheriff in her work. Frankly, whenever we need frequent drive-bys on election night, support, anything, I literally have to just call her and say, this is what elections needs, and she's been very responsive. So this has, that relationship the last 4 years has helped create this where we are more than willing to work together on this.
All right, thank you. Any other questions or comments by Commissioner Vice
Yeah,
Chair?
Madam Chair,
Shelter
sorry.
Hernandez?
Thank you, Sheriff Stewart, for coming, running over and answering those questions. Personally, I think that we need to go ahead and get this going. I think if we do move to approve this as a board, it will give you, Dr. Askin, more leverage to ask for funding to get this project done. I think it will be a huge feather in our cap here in Doniana, and I'm excited to get this going. As far as the question on the joint space, this has been in the agenda packet for a while now. I think that we probably should have had this answered prior to bringing it to the board today. That's not on you. It's just something that probably should have been done if these questions were had prior to this. With that being said, I move to approve site selection 1.
Second.
Thank you.
Any further discussion from any commissioner? Any questions? Hearing none. May I have a roll call vote? So, if I may, there was a prior motion for discussion, and now there's a motion to vote on a site. So, Nelson, do we have to vote on just the last motion?
Madam Chair, I think we can just vote on that last motion. The first one was to approve a site. So this is actually more specific, so I would just vote on the last motion.
Thank you so much. All right, there's been a motion by Commissioner Sheljo Hernandez, a second by, was it Commissioner Reynolds, to approve site number 1, which is the 1.77 acres by the MRVDA building as the new facility to be used as a joint site between the county clerk and the county sheriff. Am I correct on that? Was that your motion? Thank you. All right, and there was no further discussion, so may I please have a roll call vote? Am I missing anything, Mr. Gooden, from that motion?
No, Madam
All
Chair.
right, thank you.
Commissioner Murillo?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Sheljo Hernandez?
Yes.
Chair Chaparro?
Yes.
This
And the motion carries unanimously 5-0. Thank you.
This item has a resolution number 2023-32.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Commission. You'll all be invited to our groundbreaking for sure. Appreciate it.
All right, we're moving forward to agenda item number 19, New Mexico opioid settlement subdivision participation agreement for Albertson, CVS, Kroger, and Walmart. Mr. Gooden.
Madam Chair, we have a closed session associated with this, so we need a motion to go into closed session that Vice Chair has, and I do have a setup in the back room with our outside counsel.
Thank you. May I have a motion to go into closed session, please?
Madam Chair, I move that the board convene in closed session pursuant to the attorney-client privilege to discuss pending or threatened litigation related to the matter, opioid litigation MDL 2804, as authorized by the Open Meetings Act 1015-1H7.
And may I have a second on the motion? There's been a motion by Vice Chair Sheljo Hernandez to convene in a closed session pursuant to attorney-client privilege to discuss pending or threatened litigation related to the matter of opioid litigation MDL 2804 is authorized by the Open Meetings Act, Statute 10-15-1, subsection 8-7. And it's been seconded by Commissioner Reynolds.
Yeah, roll call.
Yes, may I please have a quick roll call vote?
Not for closed session.
Commissioner Murillo?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Sheljo Hernandez.
Yes.
And Chair Chaparro.
Yes, and we're in closed session. Thank you. from our closed session. May I have a motion?
Ma'am, point of order.
Yes.
Let the record show that nothing that we discussed in closed session was anything other than what we went into closed session for.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. I appreciate that.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I move that we approve the settlement participation agreements related to the opioid litigation brought by the state of New Mexico against Kroger, CVS, Albertsons, and Walmart, and delegate signature authority to the county manager.
I have a motion to,
Second.
and a second. I have the first motion by Vice Chair Shelter Hernandez, second by Commissioner Reynolds. Any other discussion? All right, may I please have a roll call vote, Amanda?
Commissioner Murillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaldo Hernandez,
Yes.
and Chair Chaparro.
Yes, motion carries 5-0. It's unanimous. We now move on to agenda item number 20, changes to County Ordinance Chapter 226, hazardous materials, and County Ordinance Chapter 26, emergency management. Welcome again, Mr. Lopez.
Thank you very much, Chair and members of the commission. We're here asking for some revisions to language in Chapter 226, which is the Hazardous Materials Ordinance of Doña Ana County, as well as adding a new chapter called Emergency Management to Chapter 26 to the ordinances. We did publish these in the Las Cruces Sun-News as required, and these are now in front of you for consideration and/or amendment. These are based on our recommendations from the Office of Emergency Management, and we are open to any suggestions from the commission.
Yeah, but I would.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Lopez. Sorry about that.
Madam Chair, point of
Yes.
order. I think we need a motion if we're going to have a discussion that potentially has an amendment requested. So we need a motion to approve and seconded. Then we can leave that, but then we can have discussion. And if someone wants to make an amendment, then we would have to make an amendment after making the motion. Am I correct, Mr. Gooden?
That's correct. Normally, we have the motion to approve and then discussion, and then if we need to change something from what was approved, we would go through and amend whatever portion we needed to do, and then come back and vote as it is amended.
Thank you, Mr. Good. May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Motion is made by Commissioner Reynolds, seconded by Commissioner Shelter Hernandez. Discussion, please.
Madam Chair, start off with Chapter 226, the Hazardous Materials Existing Ordinance. We are recommending cleaning up some of the language, specifically removing the requirement that businesses have to, as a condition of getting their business license, file a report with the Office of Emergency Management. Those businesses that are already required by federal regulation to submit because of the hazardous nature of the materials or because of the quantity that they store already have to report to the state of New Mexico, and we already get those reports back through the state. So we believe that this requirement is a little onerous on our business community here within the county, and would like to go ahead and remove that. We do still have the ability for them to report directly to us with a new form, but it no longer holds up their business license or their business license renewal. We're also recommending that we take out the section that identifies the Local Emergency Preparedness Committee. That is a committee that is established by the state of New Mexico and therefore is really outside the realm of our county ordinances, and we don't have any control over what they do because they report to the state. Our office does regularly work with this committee. Our office members are members of the LEPC, but again, we believe it's not necessary to be in the ordinances, and then we do have some cleanup language within that, within this ordinance specifically as we removed some of the language. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions over this section before we get to the new material.
Thank you. Mr. Lopez, any questions, any comments, commissioners?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Thank you. Mr. Lopez, I know in terms of the reportable quantity, you were looking at remove the requirement for a Superfund site. Would that cause, no, removing that, I would think could create a huge number of, hopefully not a huge number, but it could potentially create more work in terms of reports for across the county by removing that requirement. Do you foresee or any issues with that piece of it?
Madam Chair and Commissioner Sanchez, no, because they are still required to report in accordance with federal regulation. We're just taking it out of our ordinances as to how they report that.
Okay, and that's what I said. I understood, like I said, I knew you said it was going up to the state, but I didn't know if us locally, by changing that or removing the Superfund designation piece of it. Okay, awesome. Thank you, Ms. Lopez. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Any other questions or comments by any commissioner?
This is on, are we talking about the whole item, or are we talking about just the section you talked about?
We're just
Just
talking about
chapter
the sec-
226 right now.
So let's move forward. Thank you.
Okay. Madam Chair and members of the commission, the second part is the recommended new section, which we have tentatively identified as Chapter 26, Section 8, the establishment of an emergency management program. It has 4 paragraphs. It recognizes that state statute gives the BOCC the authority to establish an Office of Emergency Management or an emergency management program. It stipulates in the first one that if, as the language is drafted right now, the supervisor of the Office of Emergency Management would serve as the emergency manager for the county and report directly to the county manager. B is the Office of Emergency Management shall work with relevant local, state, and federal agencies and non-governmental organizations to develop appropriate prevention, mitigation, preparedness, response, and recovery plans and capabilities. Paragraph C, the Office of Emergency Management shall ensure that appropriate county entities are compliant with the National Incident Management System. And I will point out the county ordinances already require the county to be compliant with NIMS, but we don't say who actually maintains that compliance. So this would clearly identify that as an OEM responsibility to verify compliance. And then paragraph D, the Office of Emergency Management may share responsibilities and expenses with other jurisdictions, but any agreements for such operations shall be brought before the Board of County Commissioners for approval. And then it also stipulates that at the county manager's discretion, jurisdictions who are contributing financially to the Office of Emergency Management Operations may be consulted for actions involving the office and may participate in hiring processes related to the supervisor of the Office of Emergency Management. So again, these are our recommendations for consideration, and we are open to any questions or discussion.
Any questions or comment on that particular section?
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair.
Commissioner Reynolds?
I have a couple of questions. You actually quoted the statutes 1210-1 to 1210-10, stating that they authorize the creation of an emergency management office and to appoint an emergency management supervisor or manager for that. However, what is lacking in all the state statutes for 17.5 is the ability to appoint, to have them report directly to the county manager. From a personnel perspective, I have no problem with that. But as far as taking direction of action, I don't believe that that is actually supported by the state statutes for a couple of reasons. One of the main reasons is the fact that if you go to State Statute 5, which I've already quoted before, the governing body is actually the one that is responsible for the Office of Emergency Management, number one. Number two, the manager is supposed to be appointed by the governing body. Now, we can hire someone as an employee, and that's fine, but the employee is not appointed to be the manager of the Office of Emergency Management until this board appoints them, which hasn't ever been done. So that's one reason. The other reason is, as far as direction for a state hazard, you report directly to the appointee to handle the incident at the state level, and not even to this board. However, in order to declare a local emergency and to engage you in any process, it requires a majority of this board to do so. So for that reason, I can't see how we can bypass that authority and responsibility that's provided by the state statutes in item number 17, State Statute 121017. It specifically states that the mayor of municipality or the sheriff of the county or a majority of the members of the governing body of the municipality or county have jurisdiction. And after finding the public disorder, disaster, or emergency, which affects life or property exists in the state, the governor may proclaim a state of emergency in the area affected. So I guess my point is that the county manager has, in my opinion, very little authority or oversight in the process of declaring or managing an emergency in the county. And therefore, it would be another layer of management unnecessary in order to perform the duties that are assigned to this position.
Commissioner Reynolds, I think that's a legal question best posed to Mr. Gooden instead of Mr. Lopez, because Mr. Lopez isn't an attorney, and Mr. Gooden is the appropriate person to ask that of.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Reynolds, Commissioners, you know, I've had this discussion with Commissioner Reynolds, and I guess we have come to the point where we have agreed to disagree, because I believe, my opinion is, that anything that you do as a board, you can delegate. And this, all this is doing then, this would be delegating the appointment of the county, of the emergency manager and the supervision of the emergency manager to the county manager to do, the same way you have delegated other personnel issues to the county manager. You've delegated other things to the county manager. And it does help with some expediency, because if Mr. Lopez is waiting for direction on what to do, and he's having to have the board give him the direction on what needs to be done, that means you all have to meet. We have to have a properly noticed meeting. It might fall under the 24-hour emergency meeting notice, but we still have to give, have to have the meeting, and it has to be coming from all of the entirety of the board. But I don't see that there's any problem with delegating this authority to the county manager to oversee the emergency management and to appoint the emergency manager as the emergency management person is hired. So I believe it can be done. That is my opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Gooden, and I think it's a solid legal opinion as opposed to interpretation of someone's interpretation to the statute. Does any commissioner disagree with the legal opinion of our county attorney?
Madam Chair, and this, I guess it could be either to Mr. Gooden or to Mr. Lopez or county manager on this case. Was Mr. Lopez's appointment approved by the State Director of Homeland Security?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. So would they have approved it if they felt that we had not followed proper state statutes?
Madam Chair.
And I would have, I don't know, sorry, Mr. Lopez. I mean, I guess I'll defer to you on that one, Mr. Gooden. I guess in my mind, that would come after approval or hiring of the state or our designation, and the state would have declined to approve it if we did not follow proper state statute.
You know, I don't know what information was provided to the emergency or to the person that approved it at the state level. But our position has been, when the first time this question was asked, we looked at it and we came to the conclusion that through the personnel policies, Chapter 45, that authority existed with the county manager already. So he was identified, he was hired, and identified apparently to the state, and they have approved it.
Okay.
I don't know what detail they went into to determining how he got into the position, so I can't comment further on that.
That's fair. Thank you. And I apologize, Mr. Lopez. I didn't mean to cut you off. I just wanted to make sure, like I said, maybe I took too much liberty there, but I just wanted to, based off the state statute that Commissioner Reynolds was referring to, I know that's one of the other requirements. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Mr. Macias, you had something to add?
Madam Chair, I just want to make sure that the commission is fully aware that there isn't anything here that would take away your ability to declare emergencies within the county. In fact, you have, related to the pandemic. So really, it was this board that took actions related to that. The thing is, in this particular situation, the manager works to coordinate with all of the entities in terms of trying to arrive at a common approach to whatever the particular emergency may be. So being able to expedite getting them off the ground, giving them the support, normally you want that to be within the governmental structure, and in order for the time for the board to come in and basically pursue, if you can get a quorum under the circumstances, to pursue whatever the broader emergency declaration is. So again, I'd like for you to please take that into consideration. I don't want there to be any misconception that the board cannot take and hasn't taken action in the past.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. Let's go ahead and proceed with the other sections.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Reynolds?
thank you. In due respect to what they're saying, as a commissioner, a member of this board, I'd like to make one recommendation. And that is, I think what we're hearing is, yes, you're hearing an opinion of mine and you're hearing an opinion of our legal expert, okay? When we look at the history of this position as it stands right now, the county hasn't done a very good job of following the statutes so far in appointing them, recruiting them, placing them in management, to the point where they even had 2 managers in position at the same time for over 6 months. Okay, Cullen and Steve were both assigned to the same position as manager of the OEM for over 6 months, which is a
Commissioner Reynolds, are
violation
you
of...
satisfied that this is the appropriate person to be in charge of the Emergency Management Office? Are you satisfied today?
Ma'am, I don't think his qualifications are what's at discussion here. I do believe he is the right person, yes. I don't have a problem with that. I have a problem with looking at the history of how we manage this position, this operation, as being inconsistent and unpredictable to the point where I think we should get a second opinion. That's all I'm asking. I believe that before this board takes legal action to change this, that we should request that the Attorney General weigh in on this. That's all.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds.
Thank
Mr. Gooden, will there be a need for the Attorney General opinion, in your opinion, as the county attorney?
Madam Chair, I think I'm comfortable with the opinion I've given you. If you want to seek another opinion, I guess you can seek another opinion. An Attorney General, request for an Attorney General opinion has to come from a state official. So you would have to find a state official that would ask them to opine on that. I'm comfortable with my opinion. I've been around the law enough to know that you have 2 attorneys, you can have 2 opinions. So, and I never get upset when somebody disagrees with it. But personally, I don't think we need another opinion. But if you want to get one, that's what you can do.
Thank you, Mr. Gooden. Let's move on to the next section.
Madam Chair, those are the only 2 sections that
Okay.
we've brought forth.
Thank you. Any other discussion? None? Hearing none? We have a motion pending. May I please have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Murillo?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
No.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes.
And Chair Chaparro.
Yes, motion carries 4-1. And
Mr. Lopez, and you're doing a great job.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Lopez, thank you so much for your presentation, and I agree with Commissioner Murillo. Thank you very much. You are doing a wonderful job, and we are very fortunate to have you in that office, so.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and all the members of the commission. It's actually been a pleasure to work with each and every one of you.
Thank you. We'll move on to agenda item 21, correspondence received by Doña Ana County. Amanda?
Jose Marquez versus Doña Ana County, Joseph Fuller versus Doña Ana County, and John Mumford versus Doña Ana County.
Anything else before we adjourn, commissioners? We're adjourning at 1:39. Thank you.